Picking up the text again, the reading of the text again, on track 4 now, track 4 of reel 2. There's a loud hissing and I probably need tape head cleaning, etc. here, but I'll test the sound of my voice right now and determine if I do need anything. Beginning the text now with the counter marker at 1, text picking up after finishing track 3, picking up at 408, line 12. Quote, "It is very possible, comma, quote, Charles Gould said very low, comma, as if speaking to himself, comma, and still gazing at the sketch of the San Tome acute accent gorge upon the wall, point. Quote, yes, comma, I expect they will try that, point, quote. Charles Gould looked for the first time at the doctor, spelled out, point. Quote, it would give me time, comma, quote. He added, point, pair, quote, exactly, comma, quote, said abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, comma, suppressing his excitement, point, quote, especially if Don Pepe, acute accents, behaves diplomatically, point. Why shouldn't he give them some hope of success? Query, K-P-H, query. Otherwise you wouldn't gain so much time, point. Couldn't he be instructed to long dash, quote, pair. Charles Gould, comma, looking at the doctor spelled out steadily, comma, shook his head, comma, but the doctor continued with a certain amount of fire, dash, pair, quote, yes, comma, to enter into, one word, negotiations for the surrender of the mine, point. It is a good notion, point. You would mature your plan, point. Of course, comma, I don't ask what it is, point. I don't want to know, point. I would refuse to listen to you if you tried to tell me, point. I am not fit for confidences, point, quote, pair, quote. What nonsense, Mark, quote, muttered Charles Gould, comma, with displeasure, point, pair. He disapproved, one word, of the doctor's sensitiveness about that far-off episode of his life, point. So much memory shocked Charles Gould, point. It was like morbidness, point. And again he shook his head, point. He refused to tamper with, text page 409, the open rectitude of Don Pepe's acute accents, conduct, comma, both from taste and from policy, point. Instructions would have to be either verbal or in writing, point. In either case, they ran the risk of being intercepted, point. It was by no means certain that a messenger could reach the mine, and, comma, besides, comma, there was no one, 2 words, to send, point. It was on the tip of Charles's tongue to say that only the late Cap Capitas de Cap Cargadores could have been employed with some chance of success and the certitude of discretion, point. But he did not say that, point. He pointed out to the doctor that it would have been bad policy, point. Directly Don Pepe, acute accents, let it be supposed that he could be bought over, comma, the Cap Administrador's personal safety and the safety of his friends would become endangered, point. For there would be then no reason for moderation, point. The incorruptibility of Don Pepe, acute accents, was the essential and restraining fact, point. The doctor, spelled out, hung his head and admitted that in a way it was so, point, pair. He couldn't deny to himself that the reasoning was sound enough, point. Don Pepe's acute accents, usefulness, single L, consisted in his unstained character, point. As to his own usefulness, single L, comma, he reflected bitterly it was also his own character, point. He declared to Charles Gould that he had the means of keeping Sotillo from joining his forces with Montero, comma, at least for the present, point, pair. Quote, if you had all this silver here, comma, quote, the doctor said, spelled out, doctor, said, comma, quote, or even if it had been known to be at the mine, quote, comma, that is, you could have bribed Sotillo to throw off his recent Monterism, point. You could have induced him either to go away in his steamer or even to join you, point, quote, pair. Quote, certainly not that last, comma, quote, Charles Gould declared, comma, firmly, point. Quote, what could one do with a man like that, comma, afterwards, dash, tell me, comma, Doctor spelled out query. The silver is gone, comma, and I am glad of it, point. It would have been an immediate and strong temptation, point. The scramble for that visible plunder would have precipitated a disastrous ending, point. Kent text, page 410, continuing the same paragraph. I would have had to defend it, comma, to, point. I am glad we've removed it, dash, even if it is lost, point. It would have been a danger and a curse, point. Quote, pair. Quote, perhaps he is right, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, comma, an hour later, comma, said hurriedly to Mrs. Gould, comma, whom he met in the corridor, point. Note that this corridor is simply the English corridor spelling. Quote, the thing is done, comma, and the shadow of the treasure may do just as well as the substance, point. Let me try to serve you to the whole extent of my evil reputation, point. I am off now to play my game of betrayal with Sotillo, comma, and keep him off the town, point, quote, pair. She put out both her hands impulsively, point. Quote, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, comma, you are running a terrible risk, comma, quote, she whispered, comma, averting from his face her eyes, comma, full of tears, comma, for a short glance at the door of her husband's room, point. She pressed both his hands, comma, and the doctor spelled out, stood as if rooted to the spot, comma, looking down at her, comma, and trying to twist his lips into a smile, point, pair. Quote, oh, O.H., comma, I know you will defend my memory, comma, quote, he uttered at last, comma, and ran tottering down the stairs across the patio, comma, and out of the house, point. In the street he kept up a great pace with his smart, hobbling walk, comma, a case of instruments under his arm, point. He was known for being loco in italics, point. Nobody interfered with him, point. From under the seaward, one word, gate, comma, across the dusty, comma, arid plain, comma, interspersed with low bushes, comma, he saw, comma, more than a mile away, comma, the ugly enormity of the custom cap house, comma, and the 2 or 3 other buildings which at that time constituted the seaport, one word, of Sulaco, point. Far away to the south, groves of palm trees edged the curve of the Harbour shore, point. The distant peaks of the Cordillera, Cap Cordillera, had lost their identity of clear, right end of line, hyphen, cut shapes in the steadily deepening blue of the eastern sky, point. The doctor walked briskly, point. A darkling shadow seemed to fall upon him from the zenith, point. The sun had set, point. For a time the snows of Higuerota continued to glow with the reflected glory of the west, point. The Kent text, page 411, doctor spelled out, comma, holding a straight course for the Cap Custom Cap House, comma, appeared lonely, comma, hopping amongst the dark bushes like a tall bird with a broken wing, point, pair. Tints of purple, comma, gold, comma, and crimson were mirrored in the clear water of the Harbour, point. A long tongue of land, comma, straight as a wall, comma, with the grass-grown ruins of the fort making a sort of rounded green mound, comma, plainly visible from the inner shore, comma, closed its circuit semi, while beyond the Cap Placid Gulf repeated those splendors of coloring on a greater scale and with a more somber, r.e. magnificence, point. The great mass of cloud filling the head of the gulf had long red smears amongst its convoluted folds of gray EY and black, as of a floating mantle stained with blood point. The three Isabels, overshadowed one word, and clear cut two words in a great smoothness, confounding the sea and sky, appeared suspended, purple-black, in the air point. The little wavelets seemed to be tossing tiny red sparks upon the sandy beaches point. The glassy bands of water along the horizon gave out a fiery red glow, as if fire and water had been mingled together in the vast bed of the ocean point pair. At last the conflagration of sea and sky, lying embraced and still in a flaming contact upon the edge of the world, went out point. The red sparks in the water vanished together with the stains of blood in the black mantle draping the somber R.E. head of the Placid Cap Gulf semi. A sudden breeze sprang up and died out after rustling heavily the growth of bushes on the ruined earthwork, one word, of the fort point. Nostromo woke up from a 14 hours sleep, and arose full length two words from his lair in the long grass point. He stood knee-deep amongst the whispering undulations of the green blades with the lost air of a man just born into the
Testing. No response in the VU.
with a slow twist of the waist and a leisurely Kent text, page 412, growling yawn of white teeth, as natural and free from evil in the moment of waking as a magnificent and
The VU meter is dead for some reason, but it's working because I've got it on source. Well, you can go ahead and talk, but
Testing 1, 2, piano concerto number 2 in B flat major. Concerto number 2 in B flat major.
I think there's something wrong with this mic.
for sound.
Well, if they can fix this little mother, we'll have it made because playback of channel 1, well, it's really channel 1. Well, track 1 and 2. Tracks 1 and 2. It's bad, and I don't think it will record on it. But it will record. But you have to have reel to reel. You want to say something? Because I had it working just a little while ago. And so it should be functioning. But curiously, before, I accidentally had... I've got it on source now. It should work. I'm going to stop it and find out.
And rotting remnants of roofs and sheds,
Well, look, you son of a bitch. Well, look, you son of a bitch, I want you to work. You know what I mean? It's going to work. I'm playing with the mic now to see if I can't get these hearing there.
appearing like a tiny black speck in the blue,
Find the tape again. tape once again on track 2, channel 2 rather. Let's see if this doesn't work. Then it's in the microphone input. Oh, it doesn't tell us much. Well, goodbye.
Anxiety towards the promising still.
We're going to keep trying. See if we can't make messages on channel 2. Try once more anyway. Because I did have it working. Infuriating. This time we'll boost the volume for the mic. Yeah, well. Mic input. Unless I just screwed up the mic itself. I don't think so. We'll try that.
Comma, circling noiselessly with a sinister droop of beak and claws, point pair. Long after he had vanished, comma, Nostromo, comma, lifting his eyes up to the sky, comma, muttered, comma, quote, I am not dead yet, point, quote, pair. Page 414, new paragraph. The capataz of the Sulaco Cargadores had lived in splendor and publicity up to the very moment, comma, as it were, comma, when he took charge of the lighter containing the treasure of silver ingots, point pair. The last act he had performed in Sulaco was in complete harmony with his vanity, comma, and as such perfectly genuine, point. He had given his last dollar to an old woman, moaning with the grief and fatigue of a dismal search under the arch of the ancient gate, point. Performed in obscurity and without witnesses, comma, it had still the characteristics of splendor and publicity, comma, and was in strict keeping with his reputation, point. But this awakening in solitude, comma, except for the watchful vulture, comma, amongst the ruins of the fort, comma, had no such characteristics, point. His first confused feeling was exactly this, dash, that it was not in keeping, point. It was more like the end of things, point. The necessity of living concealed somehow, one word, comma, for cap God knows how long, comma, which assailed him on his return to consciousness, comma, made everything that had gone before for years appear vain and foolish, comma, like a flattering dream come suddenly to an end, point pair. He climbed the crumbling slope of the rampart, comma, and, comma, putting aside the bushes, comma, looked upon the harbour, point. He saw a couple of ships at anchor upon the sheet of water, reflecting the last gleams of light, comma, and Sotillo's steamer moored to the jetty, point. And behind the pale, long front of the Cap House, comma, there appeared the extent of the town like a grove of thick timber on the plain, with a gateway, one word, in front, comma, and the cupolas, comma, towers, comma, and miradors rising above the trees, comma, all dark, comma, as if surrendered already to the night, point. The thought that it was no longer open to him to ride through the streets, comma, recognized ZED by every one, comma, great and little, comma, as he used to do every evening on his way to play Monte, in italics, M-O-N-T-E, in the posada of the Mexican Domingo, or to sit in the place of honor, comma, listening to, text page 415, songs and looking at dances, comma, made it appear to him as a town that had no existence, point pair. For a long time he gazed on, comma, then let the parted bushes spring back, comma, and, comma, crossing over to the other side of the fort, comma, surveyed the vaster emptiness of the great Gulf point. The Isabels stood out heavily upon the narrowing long band of red in the west, which gleamed low between their black shapes, and the Capataz thought of Decoud alone there with the treasure point. That man was the only one who cared whether he fell into the hands of the Monterists or not, the Capataz reflected bitterly, point. And that merely would be an anxiety for his own sake, point. As to the rest, they neither knew nor cared, point. What he had heard Giorgio Viola say once was very true, point. Kings, ministers, aristocrats, the rich in general, kept the people in poverty and subjection, They kept them as they kept dogs, to fight and hunt for their service, point pair. The darkness of the sky had descended to the line of the horizon, enveloping the whole Gulf, the islets, and the lover of Antonia, alone with the treasure on the Great Isabel point. The Capataz, turning his back on these things invisible and existing, sat down and took his face between his fists, point. He felt the pinch of poverty for the first time in his life, point. To find himself without money after a run of bad luck at Monte, in italics, in the low, smoky room of Domingo's Posada, where the fraternity of Cap Cargadores gambled, sang, and danced of an evening, to remain with empty pockets after a burst of public generosity to some Peindoro, in italics, that's P-E-Y-N-E, in italics, first word, D'-O-R-O, in italics, girl or other, for whom he did not care, had none of the humiliation of destitution, point. He remained rich in glory and reputation, point. But since it was no longer possible for him to parade the streets of the town, and be hailed with respect in the usual haunts of his leisure, this sailor felt himself destitute indeed, point pair. Kent text page 416. New paragraph. His mouth was dry, point. It was dry with heavy sleep and extremely anxious thinking, as it had never been dry before, point. It may be said that Nostromo tasted the dust and ashes of the fruit of life into which he had bitten deeply in his hunger for praise, point. Without removing his head from between his fists, he tried to spit before him, quote, cap, tfui, tfui, quote, and muttered a curse upon the selfishness of all the rich people, point pair. Since everything seemed lost in Sulaco, and that was the feeling of his waking, the idea of leaving the country altogether had presented itself to Nostromo, point. At that thought he had seen, like the beginning of another dream, a vision of steep and tideless shores, with dark pines on the heights and white houses low down towards near a very blue sea, point. He saw the quays, Quays, of a big port, where the coasting feluccas, WCAS, with their lateen sails outspread, one word, like motionless wings, enter gliding silently between the end of long moles of squared blocks that project angularly towards each other, hugging a cluster of shipping to the superb bosom of a hill covered with palaces, point. He remembered these sights not without some filial emotion, though he had been habitually and severely beaten as a boy on one of these feluccas by a short hyphen-necked, shaven Genoese, with a deliberate and distrustful manner, who, he firmly believed, had cheated him out of his orphan's inheritance, point. But it is mercifully decreed that the evils of the past should appear but faintly in retrospect, point. Under the sense of loneliness, abandonment, and failure, the idea of return to these things appeared tolerable, but, what, cap, return, cap, with bare feet and head, with one check shirt and a pair of cotton calzoneros, calzoneros, for all worldly possessions, pair. The renowned capataz, his elbows on his knees, and a fist dug into each cheek, laughed with self-derision, as he had spat with disgust, straight out before him into Kent text, page 417, the night, the confused and intimate impressions of universal dissolution, which beset a subjective nature at any strong check to its ruling passion, had a bitterness approaching that of death itself, He was simple, He was as ready to become the prey of any belief, superstition, or desire as a child, pair. The facts of his situation he could appreciate like a man with a distinct experience of the country, He saw them clearly, He was as if sobered after a long bout of intoxication, His fidelity had been taken advantage of, He had persuaded the body of Cap Cargadores to side with the Cap Blancos against the rest of the people, He had had interviews with Don Jose, acute accent, He had been made use of by Cap Father Corbelan, grave accent, for negotiating with Hernandez, It was known that Don Martin de Cou had admitted him to a sort of intimacy, so that he had been free of the offices of the Porvenir, in italics, All these things had flattered him in the usual way, What did he care about their politics, Nothing at all, And at the end of it all, Nostromo here and Nostromo there, where is Nostromo, Nostromo can do this and that, work all day and ride all night, behold, mark, lowercase, he found himself a marked Ribierist for any sort of vengeance. Camacho, for instance, would choose to take, now the Montero party, had, after all, mastered the town, The Europeans had given up, the Cap Caballeros had given up, Don Martin had indeed explained it was only temporary, that he was going to bring Barrios to the rescue, Where was that now, with Don Martin, whose ironic manner of talk had always made the Cap Capataz feel vaguely uneasy, stranded on the Cap Great Isabel, Everybody had given up, Even Don Carlos had given up, The hurried removal of the treasure out to sea meant nothing else than that, The Cap Capataz de Cap Cargadores, on a revulsion of subjectiveness, exasperated almost to insanity, Kent text, page 418, beheld all his world without faith and courage, He had been betrayed, mark, pair, with the boundless shadows of the sea behind him, out of his silence and immobility, facing the lofty shapes of the lower peaks crowded around the white, misty sheen of Higuerota, Nostromo laughed aloud again, sprang abruptly to his feet, and stood still, He must go, but where, pair. Quote, there is no mistake, They keep us and encourage us as if we were dogs born to fight and hunt for them, The Vecchio, that's Vecchio, is right, quote, he said, slowly and scathingly, He remembered old Giorgio taking his pipe out of his mouth to throw these words over his shoulder at the cafe, acute accent, not in italics, full of engine-drivers and fitters from the railway workshops, one word, point. This image fixed his wavering purpose, point. He would try to find old Giorgio if he could, point. God knows what might have happened to him, mark. Cap, he made a few steps, then stopped again and shook his head, point. To the left and right, in front and behind him, the scrubby bush rustled mysteriously in the darkness, point pair. Quote, Teresa was right, too, quote, he added in a low tone touched with awe, point. He wondered whether she was dead in her anger with him or still alive, point. As if in answer to this thought, half of remorse and half of hope, with a soft flutter and oblique flight, a big owl, whose appalling cry, whose appalling cry, quote, Ya Acabo, that's Cap Y-A-ACABO, mark. Ya Acabo, that's Cap Y-A-ACABO, mark. In case you didn't notice, that cry was repeated in the text, appears twice. Dash, it is finished, it is finished, quote, dash, announces calamity and death in the popular belief, drifted vaguely like a large, dark ball across his path, point. In the downfall, one word, of all the realities that made his force, he was affected by the superstition, and shuddered slightly, point. Signora Teresa must have died, then, point. It could mean nothing else, point. The cry of the ill-omened bird, the first sound he was to hear on his return, was a fitting welcome for his betrayed individuality, point. The unseen powers which he had offended by refusing, Kent text page 419, to bring a priest to a dying woman, were lifting up their voice against him, point. She was dead, point. With admirable and human consistency, he referred everything to himself, point. She had been a woman of good counsel, SEL, always, point. And the bereaved old Giorgio remained stunned by his loss, just as he was likely to require the advice of his sagacity, point. The blow would render the dreamy old man quite stupid for a time, point pair. As to Captain Mitchell, Nostromo, after the manner of trusted subordinates, considered him as a person fitted by education, perhaps, to sign papers in an office and to give orders, but otherwise of no use whatever, and something of a fool, point. The necessity of winding round his little finger, almost daily, the pompous and testy self-importance of the old seaman had grown irksome with use to Nostromo, point. At first it had given him an inward satisfaction, point, but the necessity of overcoming small obstacles becomes wearisome to a self-confident personality as much by the certitude of success as by the monotony of effort, point. He mistrusted his superior's proneness to fussy action, point. That old Englishman had no judgment, he said to himself, point. It was useless to suppose that, acquainted with the true state of the case, he would keep it to himself, point. He would talk of doing impracticable things, point. Nostromo feared him as one would fear saddling one's self with some persistent worry, point. He had no discretion, point. He would betray the treasure, point. And Nostromo had made up his mind that the treasure should not be betrayed, point pair. The word had fixed itself tenaciously in his intelligence point. His imagination had seized upon the clear and simple notion of betrayal to account for the dazed feeling of enlightenment as to being done for, comma, of having inadvertently gone out of his existence on an issue in text page 420, which his personality had not been taken into account, point. A man betrayed is a man destroyed, point. Signora Teresa, parenth, may Cap God have her soul, mark, parenth, had been right, point. He had never been taken into account, point. Destroyed, mark. Cap her white form sitting up, bald in bed, comma, the falling black hair, comma, the wide browed suffering face raised to him, comma, the anger of her denunciations appeared to him now majestic with the awfulness, 1L, of inspiration and of death, point. For it was not for nothing that the evil bird had uttered its lamentable shriek over his head, point. She was dead, dash, may Cap God have her soul, mark, pair. Sharing in the anti-priestly freethought, one word, of the masses, comma, his mind used the pious formula from the superficial force of habit, comma, but with a deep seated sincerity, point. The popular mind is incapable of skepticism, semi, and that incapacity delivers their helpless strength to the wiles of swindlers and to the pitiless enthusiasms of leaders inspired by visions of a high destiny, point. She was dead, point, but would Cap God consent to receive her soul, query. She had died without confession or absolution, comma, because he had not been willing to spare her another moment of his time, point. His scorn of priests as priests remained, semi. But after all, comma, it was impossible to know whether what they affirmed was not true, point. Power, comma, punishment, comma, pardon, comma, are simple and credible notions, point. The magnificent cap capataz de cap cargadores, comma, deprived of certain simple realities, comma, such as the admiration of women, comma, the adulation of men, comma, the admired publicity of his life, comma, was ready to feel the burden of sacrilegious guilt descend upon his shoulders, point, pair. Bareheaded, one word, comma, in a thin shirt and drawers, comma, he felt the lingering warmth of the fine sand under the soles of his feet, point. The narrow strand gleamed far ahead in a long curve, comma, defining the outline of this wild side of the harbour, point. He flitted along the shore like a pursued Kent text, page 421. Shadow between the somber R.E. palm-groves and the sheet of water lying as still as death on his right hand, point. He strode with headlong, one word, haste, in the silence and solitude as though he had forgotten all prudence and caution, point. But he knew that on this side of the water he ran no risk of discovery, point. The only inhabitant was a lonely, comma, silent, comma, apathetic Indian in charge of the Palmarias, Palmarias, comma, who brought sometimes a load of coconuts to the town for sale, point. He lived without a woman, in an open shed, comma, with a perpetual fire of dry sticks smoldering near an old canoe lying bottom up on the beach, point. That smoldering is S-M-O-U-L, etc. He could be easily avoided, point, pair. The barking of the dogs about that man's ranche, R-A-N-C-H-E, was the first thing that checked his speed, point. He had forgotten the dogs, point. He swerved sharply, and plunged into the palm-grove, as into a wilderness of columns in an immense hall, whose dense obscurity seemed to whisper and rustle faintly high above his head. Point. He traversed it, entered a ravine, and climbed to the top of a steep ridge free of trees and bushes. Point pair. From there, open and vague in the starlight, he saw the plain between the town and the harbour. Point. In the woods above, some night-bird made a strange drumming noise. Point. Below, beyond the palmaria on the beach, the Indians' dogs continued to bark uproariously. Point. He wondered what had upset them so much, and, peering down from his elevation, was surprised to detect unaccountable movements of the ground below, as if several oblong pieces of the plain had been in motion. Point. Those dark, shifting patches, alternately catching and eluding the eye, altered their place always away from the harbour, with a suggestion of consecutive order and purpose. Point. A light dawned upon him. Point. It was a column of infantry on a night march towards the higher broken country at the foot of the hills. Point. But he was, Kent text, page 422, too much in the dark about everything for wonder and speculation. Point pair. The plain had resumed its shadowy immobility. Point. He descended the ridge and found himself in the open solitude, between the harbour and the town. Point. Its spaciousness, extended indefinitely by an effect of obscurity, rendered more sensible his profound isolation. Point. His pace became slower. Point. No one, waited for him. No one thought of him. No one expected or wished his return. Point. Quote, betrayed Mark. Cap betrayed Mark. Quote. He muttered to himself. Point. No one, cared. Point. He might have been drowned by this time. Point. No one would have cared, unless, perhaps, the children, he thought to himself. Point. But they were with the English Signora, lowercase, and not thinking of him at all. Point pair. He wavered in his purpose of making straight for the Cap Casa Viola. Point. To what end? Query. What could he expect there? Query. His life seemed to fail him in all its details, even to the scornful reproaches of Teresa. Point. He was aware painfully of his reluctance. Point. Was it that remorse which she had prophesied, SIED, with, what he saw now, was her last breath? Query. Pair. Meantime, he had deviated from the straight course, inclining by a sort of instinct to the right, towards the jetty and the harbour, the scene of his daily labours. Point. The great length of the custom house loomed up all at once like the wall of a factory. Point. Not a soul challenged his approach, and his curiosity became excited as he passed cautiously towards the front by the unexpected sight of two lighted windows. Point pair. They had the fascination of a lonely vigil kept by some mysterious watcher up there, those two windows shining dimly upon the harbour in the whole vast extent of the abandoned building. Point. The solitude could almost be felt. Point. A strong smell of wood smoke, hung about in Kent text, page 423. A thin haze, which was faintly perceptible to his raised eyes against the glitter of the stars. Point. As he advanced in the profound silence, comma, the shrilling of innumerable cicalas, Cicalas, and I wonder if that's not a mistake. In the dry grass seemed positively deafening to his strained ears. Point. Slowly, comma, step by step, comma, he found himself in the great hall, comma, somber, R.E., and full of acrid smoke. Point. Pair. New paragraph. A fire built against the staircase had burnt down impotently to a low heap of embers. Point. The hard wood, 2 words, had failed to catch semi. Only a few steps at the bottom smoldered, OUL, comma, with a creeping glow of sparks defining their charred edges. Point. At the top he saw a streak of light from an open door. Point. It fell upon the vast landing, comma, all foggy with a slow drift of smoke. Point. That was the room. Point. He climbed the stairs, comma, then checked himself, comma, because he had seen within the shadow of a man cast upon one of the walls. Point. It was a shapeless, comma, high, right end of line, hyphen, shouldered, shadow of somebody standing still, comma, with lowered head, comma, out of his line of sight. Point. The capataz, comma, remembering that he was totally unarmed, comma, stepped aside, comma, and, comma, effacing himself upright, 1 word, in a dark corner, comma, waited with his eyes fixed on the door. Point. Pair. The whole enormous, ruined barrack of a place, comma, unfinished, comma, without ceilings under its lofty roof, comma, was pervaded by the smoke swaying to and fro in the faint cross draughts, playing in the obscurity of many lofty rooms and barn-like, 1 word, passages. Point. Once one of the swinging shutters came against the wall with a single sharp crack, comma, as if pushed by an impatient hand. Point. A piece of paper scurried out from somewhere, comma, rustling along the landing. Point. The man, comma, whoever he was, comma, did not darken the lighted doorway. Point. Twice the capataz, comma, advancing a couple of steps out of his corner, comma, craned his neck in the hope of catching sight of what he could be at, comma, so quietly, comma, in there. Point. But every time he saw only the distorted shadow of broad shoulders and bowed head. Point. Kent text page 424, continuing the paragraph. He was doing apparently nothing, comma, and stirred not from the spot, comma, as though he were meditating dash or, comma, perhaps, comma, reading a paper. Point. And not a sound issued from the room. Point. Pair. Once more the capataz stepped back. Point. He wondered who it was, dash, some Monterist query, but he dreaded to show himself. Point. To discover his presence on shore, comma, unless after many days, comma, would, comma, he believed, comma, endanger the treasure. Point. With his own knowledge possessing his whole soul, comma, it seemed impossible that anybody in Sulaco should fail to jump at the right surmise. Point. After a couple of weeks or so, it would be different. Point. Who could tell he had not returned overland, 1 word, from some port beyond the limits of the Cap Republic? Query. The existence of the treasure confused his thoughts with a peculiar sort of anxiety, comma, as though his life had become bound up with it. Point. Bound up, 2 words. It rendered him timorous for a moment before that enigmatic, comma, lighted door. Point. Devil take the fellow Mark. Cap, he did not want to see him. Point. There would be nothing to learn from his face, comma, known or unknown. Point. He was a fool to waste his time there in waiting. Point. Pair. Less than 5 minutes after entering the place, the capataz began his retreat. Point. He got away down the stairs with perfect success, gave one upward, one word, look over his shoulder at the light on the landing, and ran stealthily across the hall. Point. But at the very moment he was turning out of the great door, with his mind fixed upon escaping the notice of the man upstairs, somebody he had not heard coming briskly along the front ran full into him. Point. Both muttered a stifled exclamation of surprise, and leaped back and stood still, each indistinct to the other. Point. Nostromo was silent. Point. The other man spoke first, in an amazed and deadened tone. Point. Pair. Quote, "Who are you?" query. Quote. Pair. Already Nostromo had seemed to recognize abbreviated doctor. Kent text, page 425. Monaghan. Point. He had no doubt now. Point. He hesitated the space of a second. Point. The idea of bolting without a word presented itself to his mind. Point. No use. Mark. Cap. An inexplicable repugnance to pronounce the name by which he was known kept him silent a little longer. Point. At last he said in a low voice, pair. Quote, "A cap cargador." Point. Quote. Pair. He walked up to the other. Point. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan had received a shock. Point. He flung his arms up and cried out his wonder aloud, forgetting himself before the marvel of this meeting. Point. Nostromo angrily warned him to moderate his voice. Point. The Cap Custom House. Belay all that. The Cap House was not so deserted as it looked. Point. There was somebody in the lighted room above. Point. Pair. There is no more evanescent quality in an accomplished fact than its wonderfulness. Single L. Point. Solicited incessantly by the considerations affecting its fears and desires, the human mind turns naturally away from the marvelous side of events. Point. And it was in the most natural way possible that the doctor asked this man, whom only 2 minutes before he believed to have been drowned in the Gulf pair, quote, "You have seen somebody up there?" Query. "Have you?" Query. Quote. Pair. Quote. "No, I have not seen him." Point. Quote. Pair. Quote. "Then how do you know?" Query. Quote. Pair. Quote. "I was running away from his shadow when we met." Point. Quote. Pair. Quote. "His shadow?" Query. Quote. Pair. Quote. "Yes." Point. "His shadow in the lighted room, quote," said Nostromo, in a contemptuous tone. Point. Leaning back with folded arms at the foot of the immense building, he dropped his head, biting his lips slightly, and not looking at the doctor, spelled out. Point. Quote. "Now, quote," he thought to himself, quote, "he will begin asking me about the treasure." Point. Quote. Pair. But the doctor's thoughts were concerned with an Kent text, page 426, event not as marvelous as Nostromo's appearance, but in itself much less clear. Point. Why had Sotillo taken himself off with his whole command with this suddenness and secrecy? Query. What did this move portend? Query. However, it dawned upon the doctor that the man upstairs was one of the officers left behind by the disappointed colonel to communicate with him. Point. Pair. Quote. "I believe he is waiting for me, quote," he said. Point. Pair. Quote. "It is possible." Point. Quote. Pair. Quote. "I must see." Point. "Do not go away yet, capataz." Point. Quote. Pair. Quote. "Go away where?" Query. Quote. Muttered Nostromo. Point. Pair. Already the doctor, spelled out, had left him. Point. He remained leaning against the wall. comma, staring at the dark water of the harbor, semi, the shrilling of cicalas. There's that word again, spelled the same way as before. There must be such a thing. Cicalas. Filled his ears, point. An invincible vagueness coming over his thoughts took from them all power to determine his will, point pair. Quote, Capitage Mark, quote, the doctor spelled out, voice called urgently from above, point pair. The sense of betrayal and ruin floated upon his somber R.E. indifference as upon a sluggish sea of pitch, point. But he stepped out from under the wall, comma, and, comma, looking up, comma, saw abbreviated Dr. Monaghan leaning out of a lighted window, point pair. Quote, come up and see what Sotillo has done, point. You need not fear the man up here, point, quote, pair. He answered by a slight, comma, bitter laugh, point. Fear a man, Mark. Cap, the capataz of the Sulaco, Cap Cargadores. Fear a man, Mark. Cap, it angered him that anybody should suggest such a thing, point. It angered him to be disarmed and skulking and in danger, because of the accursed treasure, comma, which was of so little account to the people who had tied it round his neck, point. He could not shake off the worry of it, point. To Nostromo, the doctor spelled out represented all these people, point. Cap, and he had never even asked after it, point. Not a word of inquiry about the most desperate undertaking of his life, point pair. Kent text, page 427. New paragraph. Thinking these thoughts, comma, Nostromo passed again through the cavernous hall, comma, where the smoke was considerably thinned, comma, and went up the stairs, comma, not so warm to his feet now, comma, towards the streak of light at the top, point. The doctor spelled out appeared in it for a moment, comma, agitated and impatient, point, pair. Quote, come up, Mark, Cap, come up, Mark, quote, pair. At the moment of crossing the doorway, the Cap Capataz experienced a shock of surprise, point. The man had not moved, point. He saw his shadow in the same place, point. He started, comma, then stepped in with a feeling of being about to solve a mystery, point pair. It was very simple, point. For an infinitesimal fraction of a second, comma, against the light of two flaring and guttering candles, comma, through a blue, comma, pungent, comma, thin haze which made his eyes smart, comma, he saw the man standing, comma, as he had imagined him, comma, with his back to the door, comma, casting an enormous and distorted shadow upon the wall, point. Swifter than a flash of lightning followed the impression of his constrained, comma, toppling attitude, dash, the shoulders projecting forward, comma, the head sunk low upon the breast, point. Then he distinguished the arms behind his back, comma, and wrenched so terribly that the two clenched fists, comma, lashed together, comma, had been forced up higher than the shoulder-blades, point. From there his eyes traced in one instantaneous glance the hide rope going upwards from the tied wrists over a heavy beam and down to a staple in the wall, point. He did not want to look at the rigid legs, comma, at the feet hanging down nervelessly, comma, with their bare toes some 6 inches spelled out above the floor, comma, to know that the man had been given the estrapade, estrapade, till he had swooned, point. His first impulse was to dash forward and sever the rope at one blow, point. He felt for his knife, point. He had no knife, dash, not even a knife, point. He stood quivering, and the doctor spelled out, perched on the edge of the table, facing thoughtfully the cruel Kent text, page 428, and lamentable sight, his chin in his hand, uttered, without stirring, pair, quote, tortured, and shot dead through the breast, getting cold, point, quote, pair. This information calmed the capita's, point. One of the candles flickering in the socket went out, point. Quote, who did this, query, quote, he asked, point, pair. Quote, Sotillo, I tell you, point. Who else, query, tortured, of course, point. But why shot, query, quote. The doctor, spelled out, looked fixedly at Nostromo, who shrugged his shoulders slightly, point. Quote, and Mark, shot suddenly, on impulse, point. It is evident, point. I wish I had his secret, point, quote, pair. Nostromo had advanced, and stooped slightly to look, point. Quote, I seem to have seen that face somewhere, quote, he muttered, point. Quote, who is he, query, quote, pair. The doctor, spelled out, turned his eyes upon him again, point. Quote, I may yet come to envying his fate, point. What do you think of that, capitaz, query, quote, pair. But Nostromo did not even hear these words, point. Seizing the remaining light, he thrust it under the drooping head, point. The doctor sat oblivious, with a lost gaze, point. Then the heavy iron candlestick, one word, as if struck out of Nostromo's hand, clattered on the floor, point, pair. Quote, hello, Hullo, Mark, quote, lowercase, exclaimed the doctor, looking up with a start, point. He could hear the capitaz stagger against the table and gasp, point. In the sudden extinction of the light within, the dead blackness sealing the window, right end of line, frames, became alive with stars to his sight, point, pair. Quote, of course, quote, the doctor, spelled out, muttered to himself in English, point, quote, enough to make him jump out of his skin, point, quote, pair. Nostromo's heart, seemed to force itself into his throat, point. His head swam, point. Hirsch, Mark. The man was Hirsch, Mark. He held on tight to the edge of the table, point, pair. Quote, but he was hiding in the lighter, quote, he almost shouted, point. His voice fell, point, quote, in the lighter, and, and, long, quote, pair. Kent text, page 429, new paragraph. Quote, and Sotillo brought him in, quote, said the doctor, spelled out, point. Quote, he is no more startling to you than you were to me, point. What I want to know is how he induced some compassionate soul to shoot him, point, quote, pair. Quote, so Sotillo knows, long, quote, lowercase, began Nostromo, in a more equable, equable, voice, point, pair. Quote, everything, Mark, quote, lowercase, interrupted the doctor, spelled out, point, pair. The capitaz was heard striking the table with his fist, point. Quote, everything, query. What are you saying, there, query. Everything, query. Know everything, query. It is impossible, Mark. Everything, query. Quote, pair. Quote, of course, point. What do you mean by impossible, query? I tell you I have heard this Hirsch questioned last night, here, in this very room, point. He knew your name, Decoud's name, and all about the loading of the silver, point. The lighter was cut in two, point. He was groveling, L, in abject terror before Sotillo, but he remembered that much, point. What do you want more, query? He knew least about himself, point. They found him clinging to their anchor, point. He must have caught at it just as the lighter went to the bottom, point, quote, pair. Quote, went to the bottom, query, quote, repeated Nostromo, comma, slowly, point. Quote, Sotillo believes that, query, cap bueno, mark. That's in italics, B-U-E-N-O, cap B-U-E-N-O in italics, mark in italics, quote, pair. The doctor spelled out, comma, a little impatiently, comma, was unable to imagine what else could anybody, one word, believe, point. Yes, comma, Sotillo believed that the lighter was sunk, comma, and the cap capitaz de cap cargadores, comma, together with Martin Decoud and perhaps one or two other political fugitives, comma, had been drowned, point, pair. Quote, I told you well, comma, lowercase, senor tilde, doctor spelled out, comma, quote, remarked Nostromo at that point, comma, quote, that Sotillo did not know everything, point, quote, pair. Quote, cap EH, query, cap what do you mean, query, quote, pair. Quote, he did not know I was not dead, point, quote, pair. Quote, neither did we, point, quote, pair. Quote, and you did not care, dash, none of you caballeros on Kent text page 430, the wharf, dash, once you got off a man of flesh and blood like yourselves on a fool's business that could not end well, point, quote, pair. Quote, you forget, comma, cap capitas, comma, I was not on the wharf, point, and I did not think well of the business, point, so you need not taunt me, point. I tell you what, comma, man, comma, we had but little leisure to think of the dead, point. Death stands near behind us all, point. You were gone, point, quote, pair. Quote, I went, comma, indeed, mark, quote, broke in Nostromo, point. Quote, and for the sake of what, dash, tell me, query, quote, pair. Quote, A-H, mark, lowercase, that is your own affair, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, comma, roughly, point, quote, do not ask me, point, quote, pair. Their flowing murmurs paused in the dark, point. Perched on the edge of the table with slightly averted faces, comma, they felt their shoulders touch, comma, and their eyes remained directed towards an upright shape, nearly lost in the obscurity of the inner part of the room, comma, that with projecting head and shoulders, comma, in ghastly immobility, comma, seemed intent on catching every word, point, pair. Quote, muy, in italics, M-U-I, bien, in italics, B-I-E-N, mark, in italics, quote. Nostromo muttered at last, point, quote, so be it, point. Teresa was right, point. It is my own affair, point, quote, pair. Quote, Teresa is dead, comma, quote, remarked the doctor, comma, absently, comma, while his mind followed a new line of thought suggested by what might have been called Nostromo's return to life, point. Quote, she died, comma, the poor woman, point, quote, pair. Quote, without a priest, query, quote, the cap capitaz asked, comma, anxiously, point, pair. Quote, what a question, mark, cap, who could have got a priest for her last night, query, quote, pair. Quote, may cap God keep her soul, mark, quote, ejaculated Nostromo, comma, with a gloomy and hopeless fervor, O-U-R, which had no time to surprise, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, comma, before, comma, reverting to their previous conversation, comma, he continued in a sinister tone, comma, quote, cap C, S-I, comma, lowercase, senor, tilde, doctor spelled out, point. As you were saying, comma, it is my own affair, point. A very desperate affair, point, quote, pair. Quote, there are no two men in this part of the world that, Kent text, page 431, could have saved themselves by swimming as you have done, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, comma, admiringly, point, pair. Oh. And again, there was silence between those two men, point. They were both reflecting, comma, and the diversity of their natures made their thoughts, born from their meeting, swing afar from each other, point. The doctor spelled out, comma, impelled to risky action by his loyalty to the Goulds, comma, wondered with thankfulness, single L, at the chain of accident which had brought that man back where he could be, where he would be of the greatest use in the work of saving the San Tome acute accent mine, point. The doctor spelled out was loyal to the mine, point. It presented itself to his 50-years apostrophe old eyes in the shape of a little woman in a soft dress with a long train, comma, with a head attractively overweighted, one word, by a great mass of fair hair, and the delicate preciousness of her inner worth, comma, partaking of a gem and a flower, comma, revealed in every attitude of her person, point. As the dangers thickened round the San Tome acute accent mine, this illusion acquired force, comma, permanency, comma, and authority, point. It claimed him at last, mark. Cap this claim, comma, exalted by a spiritual detachment from the usual sanctions of hope and reward, comma, made Dr. abbreviated Moningham's thinking, comma, acting, comma, individuality extremely dangerous to himself and to others, comma, all his scruples vanishing in the proud feeling that his devotion was the only thing that stood between an admirable woman and a frightful disaster, point pair. It was a sort of intoxication which made him utterly indifferent to Decoud's fate, comma, but left his wits perfectly clear for the appreciation of Decoud's political idea, point. It was a good idea, dash, and Barrios was the only instrument of its realization, ZA, point. The doctor's soul, comma, withered and shrunk by the shame of a moral disgrace, comma, became implacable in the expansion of its tenderness, point. Nostromo's return was providential, point. He did not think of him humanely, comma, as of a fellow creature just escaped from the jaws of death, point. The cap capitalis for him was the only, text page 432, possible messenger to Kaita, point. The very man, point. The doctor's misanthropic mistrust of mankind, parenth, the bitterer because based on personal failure, parenth, did not lift him sufficiently above common weaknesses, point. He was under the spell of an established reputation, point. Trumpeted, without an H, by Captain Mitchell, comma, grown in repetition, comma, and fixed in general assent, comma, Nostromo's faithfulness, single L, had never been questioned by abbreviated Dr. Moningham as a fact, point. It was not likely to be questioned now he stood in desperate need of it himself, point. Abbreviated Dr. Moningham was human, semi. He accepted the popular conception of the cap capitaz's incorruptibility simply because no word or fact had ever contradicted a mere affirmation, point. It seemed to be a part of the man, comma, like his whiskers or his teeth, point. It was impossible to conceive him otherwise, point. The question was whether he would consent to go on such a dangerous and desperate errand, point. The doctor, spelled out, was observant enough to have become aware from the first of something peculiar in the man's temper. Point. He was no doubt sore about the loss of the silver point pair. Quote, "It will be necessary to take him into my fullest confidence, comma, quote," he said to himself, comma, with a certain acuteness of insight into the nature he had to deal with, point pair. Into is one word. On Nostromo's side, the silence had been full of black irresolution, comma, anger, comma, and mistrust, point. He was the first to break it, comma, however, point pair. Quote, "The swimming was no great matter, comma, quote," he said, point. Quote, "It is what went before, dash, and what comes after that, long dash, quote, pair." He did not quite finish what he meant to say, comma, breaking off short, comma, as though his thought had butted against a solid obstacle, point. The doctor's mind pursued its own schemes with Machiavellian subtlety, point. He said as sympathetically as he was able, dash, pair, quote, "It is unfortunate, comma, capitas, point, but no one would think of blaming you, point. Very unfortunate, point. To begin, Kent text, page 433, with, comma, the treasure ought never to have left the mountain, point, but it was Decoud who, long dash, however, comma, he is dead, point. There is no need to talk of him, point, quote, pair. Quote, no, comma, quote, assented Nostromo, comma, as the doctor paused, comma, quote, there is no need to talk of dead men, point. But I am not dead yet, point, quote, pair. Quote, you are all right, 2 words, point. Only a man of your intrepidity could have saved himself, point, quote, pair. In this, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan was sincere, point. He esteemed highly the intrepidity of that man, comma, whom he valued but little, comma, being disillusioned as to mankind in general, comma, because of the particular instance in which his own man right end of line hyphen hood had failed, point. Having had to encounter single right end of line hyphen handed during his period of eclipse many physical dangers, comma, he was well aware of the most dangerous element common to them all, colon, of the crushing, comma, paralyzing, zing, sense of human littleness, comma, which is what really defeats a man struggling with natural forces, comma, alone, comma, far from the eyes of his fellows, point. He was eminently fit to appreciate the mental image he made for himself of the capitas, comma, after hours of tension and anxiety, comma, precipitated suddenly into an abyss of waters and darkness, comma, without earth or sky, comma, and confronting it not only with an undismayed mind, comma, but with sensible success, point. Of course, comma, the man was an incomparable swimmer, comma, that was known, comma, but the doctor, spelled out, judged that this instance testified to a still greater intrepidity of spirit, point. It was pleasing to him, semi. He augured well from it for the success of the arduous mission with which he meant to entrust the capitas so marvelously restored to usefulness, single L, point. And in a tone vaguely gratified, comma, he observed, dash, pair, quote, it must have been terribly dark, mark, quote, pair, quote, it was the worst darkness of the Cap Golfo, Golfo, comma, quote, the capitas assented, comma, briefly, point. He was mollified by what seemed a sign of some faint interest in such things as had befallen, Kent text, page 434, him, comma, and dropped a few descriptive phrases with an affected and curt nonchalance, point. At that moment, he felt communicative, point. He expected the continuance of that interest which, whether accepted or rejected, would have restored to him his personality, dash, the only thing lost in that desperate affair, point. But the doctor spelled out, engrossed by a desperate adventure of his own, was terrible in the pursuit of his idea, point. He let an exclamation of regret escape him, point, pair. Quote, I could almost wish you had shouted and shown a light, point, quote, pair. This unexpected utterance astounded the capitaine by its character of cold-blooded atrocity, point. It was as much as to say, quote, I wish you had shown yourself a coward, I wish you had had your throat cut for your pains, point, quote. Naturally, he referred it to himself, whereas it related only to the silver, being utterly being uttered simply and with many mental reservations, point. Surprise and rage rendered him speechless, and the doctor spelled out, pursued, practically unheard by Nostromo, whose stirred blood was beating violently in his ears, point pair. Quote, for I am convinced Sotillo in possession of the silver would have turned short round and made for some small port abroad, point. Economically, it would have been wasteful, but still less wasteful than having it sunk, point. It was the next best thing to having it at hand in some safe place, and using part of it to buy up Sotillo, point. But I doubt whether Don Carlos would have ever made up his mind to it, point. He is not fit for Costaguana, and that is a fact, capitaine, point, quote, pair. The capitaine had mastered the fury that was like a tempest in his ears in time to hear the name of Don Carlos, point. He seemed to have come out of it a changed man, dash, a man who spoke thoughtfully in a soft and even voice, point, pair. Kent text, page 435. New paragraph. Quote, and would Don Carlos have been content if I had surrendered this treasure, query, quote, pair. Quote, I should not wonder if they were all of that way of thinking now, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, grimly, point. Quote, I was never consulted, point. Decoud had it his own way, point. Their eyes are opened by this time, I should think, point. I for one know that if that silver turned up this moment miraculously ashore, I would give it to Sotillo, point. And, as things stand, I would be approved, point, quote, pair. Quote, turned up miraculously, quote, repeated the capitaine very low, then raised his voice, point. Quote, that, lowercase, Signor, tilde, would be a greater miracle than any lowercase saint could perform, point, quote, pair. Quote, I believe you, capitaine, quote, said the doctor, spelled out, dryly, point, pair. He went on to develop, without an E, his view of Sotillo's dangerous influence upon the situation, point. And the capitaine, listening as if in a dream, felt himself of as little account as the indistinct, motionless shape of the dead man whom he saw upright under the beam, with his air of listening also, disregarded, forgotten, like a terrible example of neglect, point, pair. Quote, was it for an unconsidered and foolish whim that they came to me, then query, quote, he interrupted suddenly, point. Quote, quote, Had I not done enough for them to be of some account, comma, por Dios, P-O-R, italics, cap D-I-O-S, italics, query, italics. Is it that the hombres finos, H-O-M-B-R-E-S, italics, F-I-N-O-S, italics, dash, the gentleman, dash, need not think as long as there is a man of the people ready to risk his body and soul, query, or, comma, perhaps, comma, we have no souls, dash, like dogs, query, quote, pair. Quote, there was Deku, comma, too, comma, with his plan, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, reminded him again, point, pair. Quote, see, mark, cap, and the rich man in San Francisco who had something to do with that treasure, comma, to, dash, what do I know, query, no, mark, I have heard too many things, point. It seems to me that everything is permitted to the rich, point, quote, pair. Quote, I understand, comma, capitaz, comma, quote, the doctor, spelled out, began, point, pair. Quote, what capitaz, query, quote, broke in Nostromo, comma, in a forcible Kent text, page 436, but even voice, point. Quote, the capitaz is undone, comma, destroyed, point. There is no capitaz, point. O-H, comma, no, mark. You will find, cap, you will find the capitaz no more, point, quote, cap. Point, quote, pair. Quote, come, comma, this is childish, mark, quote, remonstrated the doctor, spelled out, semi, and the other calmed down suddenly, point, pair. Quote, I have been indeed like a little child, comma, quote, he muttered, point, pair. And as his eyes met again the shape of the murdered man suspended in his awful immobility, comma, which seemed the uncomplaining immobility of attention, comma, he asked, comma, wondering gently, dash, pair, quote, why did Sotillo give the estrapade to this pitiful wretch, query, do you know, query, no torture could have been worse than his fear, point. Killing I can understand, point. His anguish was intolerable to behold, point. But why should he torment him like this, query? He could tell no more, point, quote, pair. Quote, no, semi, he could tell nothing more, point. Any sane man would have seen that, point. He had told him everything, point. But I tell you what it is, comma, capitaz, point. Sotillo would not believe what he was told, point. Not everything, point, quote, pair. Quote, what is it he would not believe, query. I cannot understand, point, quote, pair. Quote, I can, comma, because I have seen the man, point. He refuses to believe that the treasure is lost, point, quote, pair. Quote, what, query, quote, the capitaz cried out in a discomposed tone, point, pair. Quote, that startled you, dash, E-H, query, quote, pair. Quote, am I to understand, comma, lowercase senor, tilde, comma, quote, Nostromo went on in a deliberate and, comma, as it were, comma, watchful tone, comma, quote, that Sotillo thinks the treasure has been saved by some means, query, quote, pair. Quote, no, mark, crap, that would be impossible, comma, quote, said the doctor, spelled out, comma, with conviction, semi, and Nostromo emitted a grunt in the dark, point. Quote, that would be impossible, point. He thinks that the silver was no longer in the lighter when she was sunk, point. He has convinced himself that the whole show of getting it away to sea is a mere sham got up to receive Kent text page 437 Gamacho and his cap nationals, comma, Pedrito Montero, comma, cap senor tilde Fuentes, comma, our new Gefe, cap G-E-F-E, acute accents over the E's, cap politico, acute accent over the first I, comma, and himself, comma, to point. Now, if you look back a moment to near the beginning of that sentence, to the expression, a mere sham got up to receive, you'll see that should be deceive, probably, but in the text it is receive. Continuing now, after and himself, comma, to point. Only, comma, he says, comma, he is no such fool, point, quote, pair. Quote, but he is devoid of sense, point. He is the greatest imbecile that ever called himself a colonel in this country of evil, comma, quote, growled Nostromo, point, pair. Quote, he is no more unreasonable than many sensible men, comma, quote, said the doctor, spelled out, point. Quote, he has convinced himself that the treasure can be found because he desires passionately to possess himself of it, point. And he is also afraid of his officers turning upon him and going over to Pedrito, comma, whom he has not the courage either to fight or trust, point. Do you see that, comma, Capataz, query. He need fear no desertion as long as some hope remains of that enormous plunder turning up, point. I have made it my business to keep this very hope up, point, quote, pair. Quote, you have, query, quote, the Capataz de Capcargadores repeated cautiously, point. Quote, well, comma, that is wonderful, point. And how long do you think you are going to keep it up? Query, quote, pair. Quote, as long as I can, point, quote, pair. Quote, what does that mean? Query, quote, pair. Quote, I can tell you exactly, point. As long as I live, comma, quote, the doctor, spelled out, retorted in a stubborn voice, point. Then, comma, in a few words, comma, he described the story of his arrest and the circumstances of his release, point. Quote, I was going back to that silly scoundrel when we met, comma, quote, he concluded, point, pair. Nostromo had listened with profound attention, point. Quote, you have made up your mind, comma, then, comma, to a speedy death, comma, quote, he muttered through his clenched teeth, point, pair. Quote, perhaps, comma, my illustrious Capataz, comma, quote, the doctor said, comma, testily, point. Quote, you are not the only one here who can look an ugly death in the face, point, quote, pair. Quote, no doubt, comma, quote, mumbled Nostromo, comma, loud enough to be overheard, one word, point. Quote, there may be even more than two fools in this place, point. That may be is two words. Who knows, query, quote, pair. Text, page 438. New paragraph. Quote, and that is my affair, comma, quote, said the doctor, spelled out, comma, curtly, point, pair. Quote, as taking out the accursed silver to sea was my affair, comma, quote, retorted Nostromo, point. Quote, I see, point. Bueno. Mark. Each of us has his reasons, point. That each is cap. But you were the last man I conversed with before I started, comma, and you talked to me as if I were a fool, point, quote, pair. Nostromo had a great distaste for the doctor's sardonic treatment of his great reputation, point. Decoud's faintly ironic recognition used to make him uneasy, semi. But the familiarity of a man like Don Martin was flattering, comma, whereas the doctor, spelled out, was a nobody, one word, point. He could remember him, a penniless outcast, one word, comma, slinking about the streets of Sulaco, comma, without a single friend or acquaintance, comma, till Don Carlos Gould took him into the surface, into one word, the surface of the mine, point prayer. Quote, you may be very wise, quote, he went on, thoughtfully, staring into the obscurity of the room, pervaded by the gruesome enigma of the tortured and murdered Hirsch, point. Quote, but I am not such a fool as when I started, point. I have learned one thing since, and that is that you are a dangerous man, point, quote, pair. Abbreviated. Dr. Monaghan was too startled to do more than exclaim, pair. Quote, what is it you say, query, quote, pair. Quote, if he could speak, he would say the same thing, quote, pursued Nostromo, with a nod of his shadowy head silhouetted against the starlit window, point pair. Quote, I do not understand you, quote, said abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, faintly, point pair. Quote, no, query. Cap, perhaps, if you had not confirmed Sotillo in his madness, he would have been in no haste to give the estrapade to that miserable Hirsch, point, quote, pair. The doctor spelled out, started at the suggestion, point, but his devotion, absorbing all his sensibilities, had left his heart steeled against remorse and pity, point. Still, for complete Kent text, page 439, relief, he felt the necessity of repelling it loudly and contemptuously, point pair. Quote, bah, B-A-H, mark, cap, you dare to tell me that, with a man like Sotillo, point. I confess I did not give a thought to Hirsch, point. If I had, it would have been useless, point. Anybody, one word, can see that the luckless wretch was doomed from the moment he caught hold of the anchor, point. He was doomed, I tell you, mark, cap, just as I myself am doomed, most probably, point, quote, pair. This is what abbreviated Dr. Monaghan said in answer to Nostromo's remark, which was plausible enough to prick his conscience, point. He was not a callous man, point. But the necessity, the magnitude, the importance of the task he had taken upon himself dwarfed all merely humane considerations, point. He had undertaken it in a fanatical spirit, point. He did not like it, point. To lie, to deceive, to circumvent even the basest of mankind was odious to him, point. It was odious to him by training, instinct, and tradition, point. To do these things in the character of a traitor was abhorrent to his nature and terrible to his feelings, point. He had made that sacrifice in a spirit of abasement, point. He had said to himself bitterly, quote, I am the only one fit for that dirty work, point, quote. And he believed this, point. He was not subtle, point. His simplicity was such that, though he had no sort of heroic idea of seeking death, the risk, deadly enough, to which he exposed himself, had a sustaining and comforting effect, point. To that spiritual state, the fate of Hirsch presented itself as part of the general atrocity of things, point. He considered that episode practically, point. What did it mean, query? Cap, was it a sign of some dangerous change in Sotillo's delusion, query? Cap, that the man should have been killed like this was what the doctor spelled out, could not understand, point, pair. Quote, yes, point. But why shot, query, quote. He murmured to himself, point per. Nostromo kept very still, point per. And end of chapter 8 of part 3. Beginning now, chapter 9 of part 3. To counter 100, that would be, of course, B100. B100. Chapter 9, beginning on page 440 of the Kent text, as follows. Distracted between doubts and hopes, dismayed by the sound of bells, pealing out the arrival of Pedrito Montero, Sotillo had spent the morning in battling with his thoughts, a contest to which he was unequal, from the vacuity of his mind and the violence of his passions, point. Disappointment, greed, anger, and fear made a tumult, in the colonel's breast, louder than the din of bells in the town, point. Nothing he had planned had come to pass, point. Neither Sulaco nor the silver of the mine had fallen into his hands, point. He had performed no military exploit to secure his position, and had obtained no enormous booty to make off with, point. Pedrito Montero, either as friend or foe, filled him with dread, point. The sound of bells maddened him, point per. Imagining at first that he might be attacked at once, he had made his battalion stand to arms on the shore, point. He walked to and fro all the length of the room, stopping sometimes one word to gnaw the finger-tips of his right hand with a lurid sideways glare fixed on the floor, then, with a sullen, repelling glance all round, he would resume his tramping in savage aloofness, point. His hat, horsewhip, one word, sword, and revolver were lying on the table, point. His officers, crowding the window, giving the view of the town gate, disputed amongst themselves the use of his field-glass bought last year on long credit from Anzani, point. It passed from hand to hand, and the possessor for the time being was besieged by anxious inquiries, point per. Quote, there is nothing, there is nothing to see, mark, quote, he would repeat impatiently, point per. Kent text page 441. There was nothing, point. This is a new paragraph. And when the picket in the bushes near the Cap Casa Viola had been ordered to fall back upon the main body, no stir of life appeared on the stretch of dusty and arid land between the town and the waters of the port, point. But late in the afternoon, a horseman issuing from the gate was made out, riding up fearlessly, point. It was an emissary from Capsenor Tilda Fuentes, point. Being all alone, he was allowed to come on, point. Dismounting at the great door, he greeted the silent bystanders with cheery impudence, and begged to be taken up at once to the, quote, muy, M-U-Y, valiente, V-A-L-L-I-E-N-T-E, quote, Colonel, point, per. Senor Tilda Fuentes, on entering upon his functions of Cap Jefe, G-E-F-E, two acute accents, Cap Politico, and I'm looking for a pencil here because I think that had a grave accent before. Politico, had turned his diplomatic abilities to getting hold of the harbor as well as of the mine, point. The man he pitched upon to negotiate with Sotillo was a cap notary, cap public, whom the revolution had found languishing in the common jail on a charge of forging documents, point. Liberated by the mob along with the other, quote, victims of Blanco tyranny, quote, he had hastened to offer his services to the new Cap government, point pair. He set out, determined to display much zeal and eloquence in trying to induce Sotillo to come into town alone for a conference with Pedrito Montero, point. Nothing was further from the colonel's intentions, point. The mere fleeting idea of trusting himself into the famous Pedrito's hands had made him feel unwell several times, point. It was out of the question, it was madness, point. And to put himself in open hostility was madness, 2, point. It would render impossible a systematic search for that treasure, for that wealth of silver, which he seemed to feel somewhere about, to scent somewhere near, point pair. But where, query, Cap, where, query, Cap heavens, mark, Cap, where, query, Cap O-O-H, mark, lowercase, why had he allowed that doctor, spelled out, to go, mark, Cap, imbecile that he was, point, but no, mark, Cap, it was the only right course, he reflected distractedly, while the messenger waited downstairs, chatting, Kent, text page 442, agreeably to the officer's point. It was in that scoundrelly doctor's true interest to return with positive information, point. But what if anything stopped him, query, Cap, a general prohibition to leave the town, for instance, mark, Cap, there would be patrols, mark, pair. The colonel, seizing his head in his hands, turned in his tracks as if struck with vertigo, point. A flash of craven inspiration suggested to him an expedient not unknown to European statesmen when they wish to delay a difficult negotiation, point. Booted and spurred, he scrambled into the hammock with undignified haste, point. His handsome face had turned yellow with the strain of weighty cares, point. The ridge of his shapely nose had grown sharp, semi. The audacious nostrils appeared mean and pinched, point. The velvety, caressing glance of his fine eyes seemed dead, and even decomposed, semi. For these almond-shaped, languishing orbs had become inappropriately bloodshot, one word, with much sinister sleeplessness, point. He addressed the surprised envoy of Cap Senor Tilda Fuentes in a deadened, exhausted voice, point. It came pathetically feeble from under a pile of ponchos, which buried his elegant person right up to the black mustaches, uncurled, pendant, in sign of bodily prostration and mental incapacity, point. Fever, fever, a heavy fever had overtaken the, quote, muy, M-U-Y, valiente, V-A-L-L-I-E-N-T-E, quote, colonel, point. A wavering wildness of expression, caused by the passing spasms of a slight colic which had declared itself suddenly, and the rattling teeth of repressed panic, had a genuineness which impressed the envoy, point. It was a cold fit, point. The colonel explained that he was unable to think, to listen, to speak, point. With an appearance of superhuman, one word, effort, the colonel gasped out that he was not in any state to return a suitable reply or to execute any of his Cap Excellency's orders, point. But 2-Maro mark, Cap 2-Maro mark, Cap A-H mark, lowercase 2-Maro mark. Let his Cap Excellency Don Pedro be without uneasiness, point. The brave Esmeralda, Kent text page 443, Cap Regiment held the harbor, held long dash, space, new sentence, and closing his eyes, He rolled his aching head like a half-delirious invalid under the inquisitive stare of the envoy, who was obliged to bend down over the hammock in order to catch the painful and broken accents. Meantime, Colonel Sotillo trusted that his Cap Excellency's humanity would permit the doctor, spelled out, the English doctor, to come out of town with his case of foreign remedies to attend upon him. He begged anxiously his worship, the caballero now present, for the grace of looking in as he passed the Cap Cazagould, and informing the English doctor, spelled out, who was probably there, that his services were immediately required by Colonel Sotillo, lying ill of fever in the Cap House, Immediately, most urgently required, awaited with extreme impatience, 1,000 thanks, He closed his eyes wearily and would not open them again, lying perfectly still, deaf, dumb, insensible, overcome, vanquished, crushed, annihilated by the fell disease, pair. But as soon as the other had shut after him the door of the landing, the colonel leaped out with a fling of both feet in an avalanche of woolen coverings, His spurs having become entangled in a perfect welter of ponchos, he nearly pitched on his head, and did not recover his balance till the middle of the room, Concealed behind the half-closed jalousies, JALOUSIES, he listened to what went on below, pair. The envoy had already mounted, and turning to the morose officers occupying the great doorway, took off his hat formally, pair. Quote, caballeros, quote, he said, in a very loud tone, quote, allow me to recommend you to take great care of your colonel, It has done me much honor and gratification to have seen you all, a fine body of men exercising the soldierly virtue of patience in this exposed situation, where there is, text page 444, much sun, and no water to speak of, while a town full of wine and feminine charms is ready to embrace you for the brave men you are, Caballeros, I have the honor to salute you, There will be much dancing to-night in Sulaco, Good-by, BYE, mark, quote, pair. But he reined in his horse and inclined his head side right end of line, ways, on seeing the old major step out, very tall and meager, MEAGRE, in a straight, narrow coat coming down to his ankles, as it were, the casing of the regimental colours rolled round their staff, pair. Shouldn't it be as if it were? Very strange. Pair. The intelligent old warrior, after enunciating in a dogmatic tone the general proposition that the, quote, world was full of traitors, quote, traitors, quote, went on pronouncing deliberately a panegyric upon Sotillo, He ascribed to him with leisurely emphasis every virtue under heaven, summing it all up in an absurd colloquialism current amongst the lower class of Cap Occidentals, especially about Esmeralda, quote, and, quote, he concluded, with a sudden rise in the voice, quote, a man of many teeth, single quote, hombre, HOMBRE in italics, DE in italics, muchos, MUCHOS in italics, dientes, DIENTES in italics, single quote, C in italics, lowercase senor in italics, tilde, As to us, comma, quote, he pursued, comma, portentous and impressive, comma, quote, your worship is beholding the finest body of officers in the Cap Republic, comma, men unequaled for valor and sagacity, comma, single quote, that is Y in italics, hombres in italics, de in italics, muchos in italics, dientes in italics, point, single quote, double quote, pair. Quote, what? Query, Cap all of them, query, quote, inquired the disreputable envoy of Cap Senor tilde Fuentes, comma, with a faint, comma, derisive smile, point, pair. Quote, todos, T-O-D-O-S in italics, point, C in italics, comma, lower case, Senor tilde in italics, comma, quote, the major affirmed, comma, gravely, comma, with conviction, point, quote, men of many teeth, point, quote, pair. The other wheeled his horse to face the portal, resembling the high gate of a dismal barn, point. He raised himself in his stirrups, comma, extended one arm, point. He was a facetious scoundrel, comma, entertaining for these stupid Cap Occidentals a feeling of great scorn natural in a native from the central provinces, point. The folly of Esmeraldians especially aroused his amused contempt, point. He began an oration upon Pedro Montero, comma, keeping a solemn, text page 445, countenance, point. He flourished his hand as if introducing him to their notice, point. And when he saw every face set, comma, all the eyes fixed upon his lips, comma, he began to shout a sort of catalogue of perfections, colon, quote, Cap generous, comma, valorous, V-A-L-O-R-O-U-S, comma, affable, comma, profound, quote. Just a minute and I'll resume. Profound, quote, dash, parenth, he snatched off his hat enthusiastically, parenth, dash, quote, a statesman, comma, an invincible chief of partisans, dash, quote, new sentence. He dropped his voice startlingly to a deep, comma, hollow note, dash, quote, and a dentist, point, quote, pair. He was off instantly at a smart walk, semi, the rigid straddle of his legs, comma, the turned hyphen out feet, comma, the stiff back, comma, the rakish slant of the sombrero above the square, comma, motionless set of the shoulders expressing an infinite, comma, awe, right hand end of line, hyphen, inspiring impudence, point, pair. Upstairs, comma, behind the jalousies, comma, Sotillo did not move for a long time, point. The audacity of the fellow appalled him, point. What were his officers saying below, query. Cap, they were saying nothing, point. Complete silence, point. He quaked, point. It was not thus that he had imagined himself at that stage of the expedition, point. He had seen himself triumphant, comma, unquestioned, comma, appeased, comma, the idol of the soldiers, comma, weighing in secret complacency the agreeable alternatives of power and wealth open to his choice, point. Alas, Mark, Cap, how different, Mark. Cap, distracted, comma, restless, comma, supine, comma, burning with fury, comma, or frozen with terror, comma, he felt a dread as fathomless as the sea creep upon him from every side, point. That rogue of a doctor, spelled out, had to come out with his information, point. That was clear, point. It would be of no use to him, dash, alone, point. He could do nothing with it, point. Malediction, Mark. Cap, the doctor, spelled out, would never come out, point. He was probably under arrest already, comma, shut up together with Don Carlos, point. He laughed aloud insanely, point. Ha, H-A, Mark, lowercase, ha, Mark, that's H-A again, lowercase, ha, H-A, Mark, ha, lowercase, H-A, Mark. Now that's 4 ha's, concluding with marks, the first of which is capitalized. New sentence. It was Pedrito Montero who would get the information, point. And another series of 4 ha's as follows. Cap, ha, H-A, Mark, lowercase, ha, H-A, Mark, lowercase, ha, H-A, Mark, lowercase, ha, H-A, Mark, dash, and the silver, lowercase, and the silver, point. Cap, ha, H-A, Mark, pair. All at once, comma, in the midst of the laugh, comma, he became motionless and silent, as if turned into stone, point. He, comma, too, comma, Kent text, page 446, had a prisoner, point. A prisoner who must, comma, must know the real truth, point. He would have to be made to speak, point. And Sotillo, comma, who all that time had not quite forgotten Hirsch, comma, felt an inexplicable reluctance at the notion of proceeding to extremities, point, pair. He felt a reluctance, dash, part of that unfathomable dread that crept on all sides upon him, point. He remembered reluctantly, comma, too, comma, the dilated eyes of the hide merchant, comma, his contortions, comma, his loud sobs and protestations, point. It was not compassion or even mere nervous sensibility, point. The fact was that, though Sotillo did never for a moment believe his story, dash, he could not believe it, semi. Nobody could believe such nonsense, dash, yet those accents of despairing truth impressed him disagreeably, point. They made him feel sick, point. And he suspected also that the man might have gone mad with fear, point. A lunatic is a hopeless subject, point. Bah, B-A-H, Mark, cap, a pretense, C-E, point. Nothing but a pretense, C-E, point. He would know how to deal with that, point, pair. He was working himself up to the right pitch of ferocity, point. His fine eyes squinted slightly, semi. He clapped his hands, semi. A bare hyphen-footed orderly appeared noiselessly, comma, a corporal, comma, with his bayonet hanging on his thigh and a stick in his hand, point, pair. The colonel gave his orders, comma, and presently the miserable Hirsch, comma, pushed in by several soldiers, comma, found him frowning awfully in a broad armchair, comma, hat on head, comma, knees wide apart, comma, arms akimbo, comma, masterful, comma, imposing, comma, irresistible, comma, haughty, comma, sublime, comma, terrible, point, pair. Hirsch, comma, with his arms tied behind his back, comma, had been bundled violently into one of the smaller rooms, point. For many hours he remained, apparently forgotten, comma, stretched lifelessly on the floor, point. From that solitude, comma, full of despair and terror, comma, he was torn out brutally, comma, with kicks and blows, comma, passive, comma, sunk in hebetude, H-E-B-E-T-U-D-E, point. He listened to threats and admonitions, comma, and afterwards made his usual answers, Kent text, page 447, to questions, comma, with his chin sunk on his breast, comma, his hands tied behind his back, comma, swaying a little in front of Sotillo, comma, and never looking up, point. when he was forced to hold up his head, comma, by means of a bayonet hyphen point prodding him under the chin, comma, his eyes had a vacant, comma, trance right end of line hyphen like stare, comma, and drops of perspiration as big as peas were seen hailing down the dirt, comma, bruises, comma, and scratches of his white face, point. Then they stopped suddenly, point, pair. Sotillo looked at him in silence, point. Quote, will you depart from your obstinacy, comma, you rogue? Query, quote, he asked, point. Already a rope, comma, whose one end was fastened to Capsenor tilde Hirsch's wrists, comma, had been thrown over a beam, comma, and 3 soldiers held the other end, comma, waiting, point. He made no answer, point. His heavy lower lip hung stupidly, point. Sotillo made a sign, point. Hirsch was jerked up off his feet, comma, and a yell of despair and agony burst out in the room, comma, filled the passage of the great buildings, comma, rent the air outside, comma, caused every soldier of the camp along the shore to look up at the windows, comma, started some of the officers in the hall babbling excitedly, comma, with shining eyes, semi. Others, comma, setting their lips, comma, looked gloomily at the floor, point pair. Sotillo, comma, followed by the soldiers, comma, had left the room, point. The sentry on the landing presented arms, point. Hirsch went on screaming all alone behind the half-closed jalousies, while the sunshine, comma, reflected from the water of the harbour, comma, made an ever-running ripple of light high up on the wall, point. He screamed with uplifted eyebrows and a wide open mouth, dash, incredibly wide, comma, black, comma, enormous, comma, full of teeth, dash, comical, point, pair. In the still burning air of the windless afternoon, he made the waves of his agony travel as far as the Capson Point's OSN Cap Company's offices, point. Captain Mitchell on the balcony, comma, trying to make out what went on generally, comma, had heard him faintly but distinctly, comma, and the feeble and appalling sound lingered in his ears after he had retreated indoors, one word, Kent text, page 448, with blanched cheeks, point. He had been driven off the balcony several times during that afternoon, point pair. Sotillo, comma, irritable, comma, moody, comma, walked restlessly about, comma, held consultations with his officers, comma, gave contradictory orders in this shrill clamour pervading the whole empty edifice, point. Sometimes there would be long and awful silences, point. Several times he had entered the torture-chamber where his sword, comma, horsewhip, one word, comma, revolver, comma, and field-glass were lying on the table, comma, to ask with forced calmness, comma, quote, Cap, will you speak the truth now? Query. Cap, no. Query. Cap, I can wait, point, quote. But he could not afford to wait much longer, point. That was just it, point. Every time, 2 words, he went in and came out with a slam of the door, comma, the sentry on the landing presented arms, comma, and got in return a black, comma, venomous, comma, unsteady glance, comma, which, comma, in reality, comma, saw nothing at all, comma, being merely the reflection of the soul within, dash, a soul of gloomy hatred, comma, irresolution, comma, avarice, comma, and fury, point pair. The sun had set when he went in once more, point. A soldier carried in 2 lighted candles and slunk out, comma, shutting the door without noise, point pair. quote, speak, comma, thou cap Jewish child of the devil, mark. Cap the silver, mark. Cap the silver, comma, I say, mark. Cap, where it, query. Now there's a big boo-boo. I'll repeat that. Where, cap, where it, query. Cap, where have you foreign rogues hidden it, query. Confess, cap, confess, or long dash, quote, pair. A slight quiver passed up the taut rope from the racked limbs, comma, but the body of Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, comma, enterprising business man, 2 words, from Esmeralda, comma, hung under the heavy beam, perpendicular and silent, comma, facing the colonel awfully, point. The inflow, 1 word, of the night air, comma, cooled by the snows of the Cap Sierra, comma, spread gradually a delicious freshness through the close heat of the room, point pair. Quote, speak, dash, thief, dash, scoundrel, dash, picaro, dash, or, long, dash, quote, pair. Sotillo had seized the riding-whip, comma, and stood with his arm lifted up, point. For a word, comma, for one little word, comma, he felt he would have knelt, comma, cringed, comma, grovelled on the floor before the drowsy, comma, conscious stare of those fixed eyeballs. Kent text page 449, starting out of the grimy, comma, disheveled head that drooped very still with its mouth closed askew, point. The colonel ground his teeth with rage and struck, point. The rope vibrated leisurely to the blow, comma, like the long string of a pendulum starting from a rest, point. But no swinging motion was imparted to the body of Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, comma, the well-known hide merchant on the coast, point. With a convulsive effort of the twisted arms, it leaped up a few inches, comma, curling upon itself like a fish on the end of a line, point. Senor Tilda Hirsch's head was flung back on his straining throat, semi. His chin trembled, point. For a moment the rattle of his chattering teeth pervaded the vast, comma, shadowy room, comma, where the candles made a patch of light round the 2 flames burning side by side, point. And as Sotillo, comma, staying his raised hand, comma, waited for him to speak, comma, with the sudden flash of a grin and a straining forward of the wrenched shoulders, comma, he spat violently into his face, point pair. The uplifted whip fell, comma, and the colonel sprang back with a low cry of dismay, comma, as if aspersed, A-S-P-E-R-S-E-D. Let's check on that word too. By a jet of deadly venom, point. Quick as thought, he snatched up his revolver, comma, and fired twice, point. The report and the concussion of the shots seemed to throw him at once from ungovernable rage into idiotic stupor, point. He stood with drooping jaw and stony eyes, point. What had he done, comma, cap sangre, cap S-A-N-G-R-E in italics, D-E in italics, cap D-I-O-S in italics, mark in italics. Cap, what had he done, query. He was basely appalled at his impulsive act, comma, sealing forever, 2 words, these lips from which so much was to be extorted, point. What could he say, query. How could he explain, query. Ideas of headlong, 1 word, flight somewhere, comma, anywhere, comma, each of those is 1 word, passed through his mind, semi. Even the craven and absurd notion of hiding under the table occurred to his cowardice, point. It was too late, semi. His officers had rushed in tumultuously, comma, in a great clatter of scabbards, comma, clamouring, comma, with astonishment and wonder, point. But since they did not immediately proceed to plunge their swords into his breast, comma, the brazen side Kent text, page 450, of his character asserted itself, point. Passing the sleeve of his uniform over his face, he pulled himself together, comma. Now that should be a, my God, a point instead of a comma. I'll do that sentence over. Wait a minute, now I've got the wrong one circled here. Just hold on a moment. I'll do it over. Passing the sleeve of his uniform over his face, he pulled himself together, and the Kent text has a comma. The next word is cap. His truculent glance turned slowly here and there, comma, checked the noise where it fell, semi, and the stiff body of the late Cap Senor tilde Hirsch, comma, merchant, comma, after swaying imperceptibly, comma, made a half turn towards, comma, and came to a rest in the midst of awed murmurs and uneasy shuffling, point pair. A voice remarked loudly, comma, quote, Cap, behold a man who will never speak again, point, quote. And another, comma, from the back row of faces, comma, timid and pressing, comma, cried out, dash, point, pair, rather. Quote, why did you kill him, comma, me, M-I in italics, colonel, in italics, C-O-L-O-N-E-L, query in italics, quote, pair. Quote, because he has confessed everything, comma, quote, answered Sotillo, comma, with the hardihood of desperation, point. He felt himself cornered, point. He brazened it out on the strength of his reputation with very fair success, point. His hearers thought him very capable of such an act, point. They were disposed to believe his flattering tale, point. There is no credulity so eager and blind as the credulity of covetousness, comma, which, comma, in its universal extent, comma, measures the moral misery and the intellectual destitution of mankind, point. A kappa AH, mark, lowercase, he had confessed everything, comma, this fractious Jew, comma, this bribon, B-R-I-B-O-N in italics, point. Good, mark, cap, then he was no longer wanted, point. A sudden dense guffaw was heard from the senior captain, dash, a big hyphen-headed man, comma, with little round eyes and monstrously fat cheeks which never moved, point. The old major, comma, tall and fantastically ragged like a scare right end of line hyphen crow, comma, walked round the body of the late Cap Senor tilde Hirsch, comma, muttering to himself with ineffable complacency that, like this, there was no need to guard against any future treacheries of that scoundrel, point. The others stared, comma, shifting from foot to foot, comma, and whispering short remarks to each other, point, pair. Sotillo buckled on his sword and gave curt, comma, peremptory orders to hasten the retirement decided upon in the afternoon, point. Sinister, comma, impressive, comma, his sombrero pulled, Kent text, page 451, right down upon his eyebrows, one word, comma. He marched first through the door in such disorder of mind that he forgot utterly to provide for abbreviated Dr. Monagham's possible return, point. As the officers trooped out after him, comma, one or two looked back hastily at the late Cap Senor tilde Hirsch, comma, merchant from Esmeralda, comma, left swinging rigidly at rest, comma, alone with the two burning candles, point. in the emptiness of the room, the burly shadow of head and shoulders on the wall had an air of life. Point pair. Below, the troops fell in silently and moved off by companies without drum or trumpet. Point. The old, scare, right end of line -crow major commanded the rear guard, one word semi, but the party he left behind with orders to fire the cap custom cap house and quote, burn the carcass of the treacherous Jew where it hung, quote, failed somehow in their haste to set the staircase properly alight. Point. The body of the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch dwelt alone for a time in the dismal solitude of the unfinished building, resounding weirdly with sudden slams and clicks of doors and latches, with rustling scurries of torn papers, and the tremulous sighs that at each gust of wind passed under the high roof. Point. The light of the two candles burning before the perpendicular and breathless immobility of the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch threw a gleam afar over land and water, like a signal in the night. Point. He remained to startle Nostromo by his presence, and to puzzle abbreviated Dr. Monaghan by the mystery of his atrocious end. Point pair. Quote, but why shot? Query, quote. The doctor again asked himself, audibly. Point. This time he was answered by a dry laugh from Nostromo. Point pair. Quote, you seem much concerned at a very natural thing, lowercase Senor Tilda, doctor spelled out. Point. I wonder why. Query. It is very likely that before long we shall all get shot one after another, if not by Sotillo, then by Pedrito, or Fuentes, or Gamacho. Point. And we may even get the estrapade, too, or worse, dash, quien, Quien, in italics, Kent text page 452, sabe, sabe, in italics, query in italics, dash, with your pretty tale of the silver you put into Sotillo's head. Point, quote, pair. Quote, it was in his head already, quote, the doctor protested. Point, quote, I only long dash, quote, pair, quote, yes, point, and you only nailed it there so that the devil himself dash, quote, pair, quote, that is precisely what I meant to do, quote, caught up, the doctor spelled out. Point, pair. Quote, that is what you meant to do. Point. Bueno, B-U-E-N-O, in italics. Point. It is as I say. Point. You are a dangerous man. Point, quote, pair. Their voices, which without rising had been growing quarrelsome, ceased suddenly. Point. The late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, erect and shadowy against the stars, seemed to be waiting attentive, in impartial silence. Point, pair. But abbreviated Dr. Monaghan had no mind to quarrel with Nostromo. Point. At this supremely critical point of Sulaco's fortunes, it was borne upon him at last that this man was really indispensable, more indispensable than ever the infatuation of Captain Mitchell, his proud discoverer, could conceive, semi. Far beyond what Decoud's best dry raillery about quote, my illustrious friend, comma, the unique Capataz de Capcagadores, comma, quote, had ever intended, point. The fellow, damn it, the fellow was unique, point. He was not, quote, 1 in 1,000, point, quote. He was absolutely the only one, point. The doctor spelled out surrendered, point. There was something in the genius of that Genoese seaman which dominated the destinies of great enterprises and of many people, comma, the fortunes of Charles Gould, comma, the fate of an admirable woman, point. At this last thought, the doctor spelled out had to clear his throat before he could speak, point per. In a completely changed tone, he pointed out to the Capataz that, comma, to begin with, comma, he personally ran no great risk, point. As far as everybody knew, he was dead, point. It was an enormous advantage, point. He had only to keep out of sight in the Cap Casa Viola, comma, where the old Cap Garibaldino, Kent text page 453, was known to be alone, dash, with his dead wife, point. The servants had all run away, point. No one, 2 words, would think of searching for him there, comma, or anywhere else on earth, comma, for that matter, point per. Quote, that would be very true, comma, quote, Nostromo spoke up, comma, bitterly, comma, quote, if I had not met you, point, quote, per. For a time the doctor kept silent, point, quote, do you mean to say that you think I may give you away, query, quote, he asked in an unsteady voice, point, quote, why, query, Cap, why should I do that, query, quote, per, quote, what do I know, query, Cap, why not, query, Cap, to gain a day, perhaps, point. It would take Sotillo a day to give me the estrapade, comma, and try some other things, perhaps, comma, before he puts a bullet through my heart, dash, as he did to that poor wretch here, point. Why not, query, quote, per. The doctor swallowed with difficulty, point. His throat had gone dry in a moment, point. It was not from indignation, point. The doctor spelled out, comma, pathetically enough, comma, believed that he had forfeited the right to be indignant with any one, 2 words, dash, for anything, point. It was simple dread, point. Had the fellow heard his story by some chance, query? If so, comma, there was an end of his usefulness in that direction, point. The indispensable man escaped his influence, comma, because of that indelible blot which made him fit for dirty work, point. A feeling as of sickness came upon the doctor, spelled out, point. He would have given anything to know, comma, but he dared not clear up the point, point. That is, clear up the point, period. The fanaticism of his devotion, comma, fed on the sense of his abasement, comma, hardened his heart in sadness and scorn, point per. Quote, why not, comma, indeed, query, quote, he re-echoed with the diaresis over the second E, comma, sardonically, point, quote, then the safe thing for you is to kill me on the spot, point, on the spot, point. I would defend myself, point, but you may just as well know I am going about unarmed, point, quote. Quote, that's unarmed, point, quote, per, quote, por, P-O-R, Dios, cap, D-I-O-S, both words in italics, mark in italics, quote, said the Capataz, comma, passionately, point, quote, you fine people are all alike, point. all dangerous, point. All betrayers of the poor who are your dogs, point. Quote, pair. Page 454, new pair. Quote, you do not understand, comma, quote, began the doctor, comma, slowly, point, pair. Quote, I understand you all, mark. Quote, cried the other with a violent movement, comma, as shadowy to the doctor's eyes as the persistent immobility of the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, point. Quote, a poor man amongst you has got to look after himself, point. I say that you do not care for those that serve you, point. Look at me, mark, Cap, after all these years, comma, suddenly, comma, here I find myself like one of these curs that bark outside the walls, dash, without a kennel or a dry bone for my teeth, point. Caramba, in italics, C-A-R-A-M-B-A, mark in italics, quote. Cap, but he relented with a contemptuous fairness, point. Quote, of course, comma, quote, he went on, quietly, comma, quote, I do not suppose that you would hasten to give me up to Sotillo, comma, for example, point. It is not that, point. It is that I am nothing, mark. Suddenly, long dash, quote. New sentence, he swung his arm downwards, point. Quote, nothing to anyone, 2 words, comma, quote, he repeated, point, pair. The doctor, spelled out, breathed freely, point. Quote, listen, comma, capataz, comma, quote, he said, comma, stretching out his arm almost affectionately towards Nostromo's shoulder, point. Quote, I am going to tell you a very simple thing, point. You are safe because you are needed, point. I would not give you away for any conceivable reason, comma, because I want you, point, quote, pair. In the dark, Nostromo bit his lip, point. He had heard enough of that, point. He knew what that meant, point. No more of that for him, point. But he had to look after himself now, comma, he thought, point. And he thought, comma, too, comma, that it would not be prudent to part in anger from his companion, point. The doctor, spelled out, comma, admitted to be a great healer, comma, had, comma, amongst the populace of Sulaco, comma, the reputation of being an evil sort of man, point. It was based solidly on his personal appearance, comma, which was strange, comma, and on his rough, ironic manner, dash, proofs visible, comma, sensible, comma, and incontrovertible of the doctor's malevolent disposition, point. And Nostromo was of the people, point. So he only grunted incredulously, point, pair. Quote, you, comma, to speak plainly, comma, are the only man, comma, quote, the doctor pursued, point. Quote, it is in your power to save this town and, Kent text, page 455, point, 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 everybody from the destructive rapacity of men who, long dash, quote, pair, quote, no, comma, lowercase Senor Tilda, comma, quote, said Nostromo, comma, sullenly, point. Quote, it is not in my power to get the treasure back for you to give up to Sotillo, comma, or Pedrito, comma, or Gamacho, point. What do I know? Query, quote, pair. Nobody expects, quote, nobody expects the impossible, comma, quote, was the answer, point, pair. Quote, you have said it yourself, dash, nobody, comma, quote, muttered Nostromo, comma, in a gloomy, comma, threatening tone, point, pair. But Dr. abbreviated Monaghan, comma, full of hope, comma, disregarded the enigmatic words and the threatening tone, point. To their eyes, comma, accustomed to obscurity, comma, the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, comma, growing more distinct, comma, seemed to have come nearer, point. And the doctor lowered his voice in exposing his scheme as though afraid of being overheard, point, pair. He was taking the indispensable man into his fullest confidence point. Its implied flattery and suggestion of great risks came with a familiar sound to the Capataz point. His mind, floating in irresolution and discontent, recognized it with bitterness point. He understood well that the doctor spelled out was anxious to save the San Tome acute accent mind from annihilation point. He would be nothing without it point. It was his interest point, just as it had been the interest of Cap Signor Decoud, of the Blancos, and of the Europeans to get his Cap Cargadores on their side point. His thought became arrested upon Decoud point. What would happen to him query point. Nostromo's prolonged silence made the doctor spelled out uneasy point. He pointed out, quite unnecessarily, that though for the present he was safe, he could not live concealed forever, 2 words point. The choice was between accepting the mission to Barrios, with all its dangers and difficulties, and leaving Sulaco by stealth, ingloriously, in poverty point pair. Quote, none of your friends could reward you and protect you just now, Capataz point. Not even Don Carlos himself point, quote, pair. Quote, I would have none of your protection and none of, page 456, your rewards point. I only wish I could trust your courage and your sense point. When I return in triumph, as you say, with Barrios, I may find you all destroyed point. You have the knife at your throat now point, quote, pair. It was the doctor's turn to remain silent in the contemplation of horrible contingencies point, pair. Quote, well, we would trust your courage and your sense point. And you, too, have a knife at your throat point, quote, pair. Quote, A.H. Mark, Cap, and whom am I to thank for that query? What are your politics and your minds to me, your silver and your constitutions, your Don Carlos this, and Don Jose acute accent that, long, quote, pair. Quote, I don't know, quote, burst out the exasperated doctor, point. Quote, there are innocent people in danger whose little finger is worth more than you or I and all the Ribierists together, point. I don't know, point. You should have asked yourself before you allowed Decoud to lead you into all this, point. It was your place to think like a man, but if you did not think then, try to act like a man now, point. Did you imagine Decoud cared very much for what would happen to you, query, quote, pair? Quote, no more than you care for what will happen to me, quote, muttered the other, point, pair. Quote, no, I care for what will happen to you as little as I care for what will happen to myself, point, quote, pair. Quote, and all this because you are such a devoted Ribierist, query, quote, Nostromo said in an incredulous tone, point, pair. Quote, all this because I am such a devoted Ribierist, quote, repeated, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, grimly, point, pair. Again Nostromo, gazing abstractedly at the body of the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, remained silent, thinking that the doctor spelled out was a dangerous person in more than one sense, point. It was impossible to trust him, point, pair. Quote, do you speak in the name of Don Carlos, query, quote, he asked at last, point, pair, page 457. Quote, yes, point, I do, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, loudly, without hesitation, point. Quote, he must come forward now, point. He must, quote, he added in a mutter, which Nostromo did not catch, point, pair. Quote, what did you say, lowercase, Senor Tilda, query, quote, pair. The doctor started, point. Quote, I say that you must be true to yourself, comma, Capataz, point. It would be worse than folly to fail now, point, quote, pair. Quote, true to myself, comma, quote, repeated Nostromo, point. Quote, how do you know that I would not be true to myself if I told you to go to the devil with your propositions, query, quote, pair. Quote, I do not know, point. Maybe you would, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, comma, with a roughness of tone intended to hide the sinking of his heart and the faltering of his voice, point. Quote, all I know is, comma, that you had better get away from here, point. Some of Sotillo's men may turn up here looking for me, point, quote, pair. He slipped off the table, comma, listening intently, point. The Capataz, comma, too, comma, stood up, point, pair. Quote, suppose I went to Kaita, comma, what would you do meantime, query, quote, he asked, point, pair. Quote, I would go to Sotillo directly you had left, dash, in the way I am thinking of, point, quote, pair. Quote, a very good way, dash, if only that engineer-in-chief consents, point. Remind him, comma, lowercase senor tilde, comma, that I looked after the old rich Englishman who pays for the railway, comma, and that I saved the lives of some of his people that time when a gang of thieves came from the south to wreck one of his pay-trains, point. It was I who discovered it all at the risk of my life, comma, by pretending to enter into their plans, point, just as you are doing with Sotillo, point, quote, pair. Quote, yes, point. Yes, comma, of course, point. But I can offer him better arguments, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, comma, hastily, point, quote, leave it to me, point, quote, pair, quote, comma, yes, mark, cap, true, point, I am nothing, point, quote, pair, quote, not at all, point, you are everything, point, quote, pair. They moved a few paces towards the door, point. Behind, page 458, them, the late Cap Senor tilde Hirsch, preserved the immobility of a disregarded man, point, pair. Quote, that will be all right towards, point. I know what to say to the engineer, comma, quote, pursued the doctor spelled out, comma, in a low tone, point. Quote, my difficulty will be with Sotillo, point, quote, pair. And abbreviated Dr. Monaghan stopped short in the doorway as if intimidated by the difficulty, point. He had made the sacrifice of his life, point. He considered this a fitting opportunity, point, but he did not want to throw his life away too soon, point. In his quality of betrayer of Don Carlos' confidence, comma, he would have ultimately to indicate the hiding place of the treasure, point. That would be the end of his deception, comma, and the end of himself as well, comma, at the hands of the infuriated colonel, point. He wanted to delay him to the very last moment, semi, and he had been racking his brains to invent some place of concealment at once plausible and difficult of access, point, pair. He imparted his trouble to Nostromo, comma, and concluded, dash, pair. Quote, do you know what, comma, Capataz, query, I think that when the time comes and some information must be given, comma, I shall indicate the Cap Great Isabel, point. That is the best place I can think of, point. What is the matter, query, quote, pair. A low exclamation had escaped Nostromo, point. The doctor spelled out, waited, comma, surprised, comma, and after a moment of profound silence, comma, heard a thick voice stammer out, comma, quote, Cap utter folly, comma, quote, and stop with a gasp, point, pair. Quote, why folly, query, quote, pair, quote, mark, Cap, you do not see it, comma, quote, began Nostromo, comma, scathingly, comma, gathering scorn as he went on, point. Quote, 3 men in half an hour would see that no ground had been disturbed anywhere on that island. Point. Do you think that such a treasure can be buried without leaving traces of the work dash mark lowercase senor tilde doctor spelled out query cap y mark quote under lowercase you would not gain half a day more before having your throat cut by page 459 Sotillo. Point. The Isabel mark cap what stupidity mark cap what miserable invention mark cap mark lowercase you are all alike comma you fine men of intelligence. Point. All you are fit for is to betray men of the people into undertaking deadly risks for objects that you are not even sure about. Point. If it comes off, you get the benefit. Point. If not, comma, then it does not matter. Point. He is only a dog. Point. Mark cap madre madre italics de italics cap dios dios italics comma I would long dash quote new sentence. He shook his fists above his head. Point. Pair. The doctor was overwhelmed at first by this fierce comma hissing vehemence. Point. Pair. Quote, well, Mark cap it seems to me on your own showing that the men of the people are no mean fools, comma, too, comma, quote, he said, comma, sullenly. Point. Quote, no, comma, but come. Point. You are so clever. Point. Have you a better place? Query. Quote, pair. Nostromo had calmed down as quickly as he had flared up. Point. Pair. Quote, I am clever enough for that, comma, quote, he said, comma, quietly, comma, almost with indifference. Point. Quote, you want to tell him of a hiding place big enough to take days in ransacking dash a place where a treasure of silver ingots can be buried without leaving a sign on the surface. Point. Quote. Pair. Quote, and close at hand, comma, quote, the doctor put in. Point. Pair. Quote, just so, comma, lower case, senor, tilde. Point. Tell him it is sunk. Point. Quote. Pair. Quote, this has the merit of being the truth, comma, quote, the doctor said, comma, contemptuously. Point. Quote, he will not believe it. Point. Quote. Pair. Quote, you tell him that it is sunk where he may hope to lay his hands on it, comma, and he will believe you quick enough. Point. Tell him it has been sunk in the harbour in order to be recovered afterwards by divers. Point. Tell him you found out that I had orders from Don Carlos Gould to lower the cases quietly overboard somewhere in a line between the end of the jetty and the entrance. Point. The depth is not too great there. Point. He has no divers, comma, but he has a ship, comma, boats, comma, ropes, comma, chains, comma, sailors, dash of a sort. Point. Let him fish for the silver. Point. Let him set his fools to drag backwards, text page 460, and forwards and crossways, while he sits and watches till his eyes drop out of his head. Point. Quote. Pair. Quote, really, comma, this is an admirable idea, comma, quote, muttered the doctor, spelled out. Point. Pair. Quote, see. Point. You tell him that, comma, and see whether he will not believe you. Mark. Cap, he will spend days in rage and torment, dash, and still he will believe. Point. He will have no thought for anything else. Point. He will not give up till he has driven off, dash, why, comma, he may even forget to kill you. Point. He will neither eat nor sleep. Point. He long, dash, quote, pair. Quote, the very thing, Mark, cap, the very thing, Mark, quote, the doctor spelled out, repeated in an excited whisper. Point. Quote, Capitas, comma, I begin to believe that you are a great genius in your way. Point. Quote, pair. Nostromo had paused, semi, then began again in a changed tone, comma, somber, R-E, comma, speaking to himself as though he had forgotten the doctor's existence, point, pair. Quote, there is something in a treasure that fastens upon a man's mind, point. He will pray and blaspheme and still persevere, comma, and will curse the day he ever heard of it, comma, and will let his last hour come upon him unawares, comma, still believing that he missed it only by a foot, point. He will see it every time he closes, he closes his eyes, point. He will never forget it till he is dead, dash, and even then, long dash, space, new sentence, doctor spelled out, comma. Did you ever hear of the miserable gringos, G-O-S, on Atsuera, comma, that cannot die, query. That cannot is can, right end of line, hyphen, not. Ha, H-A, mark, lowercase, ha, H-A, mark, sailor, cap sailors like myself, point. There is no getting away from a treasure that once fastens upon your mind, point, pair, or point, quote, pair. Quote, you are a devil of a man, comma, capitas, point. It is the most plausible thing, point, quote, pair. Nostromo pressed his arm, point, pair. Quote, it will be worse for him than thirst at sea or hunger in a town full of people, point. Do you know what that is? Query. He shall suffer greater torments than he inflicted upon that terrified wretch who had no invention, point. None, mark. Text page 461, lowercase, none, mark. Cap, not like me, point. I could have told Sotillo a deadly tale for very little pain, point, quote, pair. He laughed wildly and turned in the doorway towards the body of the late Cap Senor Tilda Hirsch, comma, an opaque long blotch in the semi-transparent obscurity of the room between the two tall parallelograms of the windows full of stars, point, pair. Quote, you man of fear, mark, quote, he cried, point, quote, you shall be avenged by me, dash, Nostromo, point. Out of my way, comma, doctor spelled out, mark. Cap, stand aside, dash, or, comma, by the suffering soul of a woman dead without confession, comma, I will strangle you with my 2 hands, point, quote, pair. He bounded downwards into the black, comma, smoky hall, point. With a grunt of astonishment, comma, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan threw himself recklessly into the pursuit, point. At the bottom of the charred stairs he had a fall, comma, pitching forward on his face with a force that would have stunned a spirit less intent upon a task of love and devotion, point. He was up in a moment, comma, jarred, comma, shaken, comma, with a queer impression of the terrestrial globe having been flung at his head in the dark, point. But it wanted more than that to stop abbreviated Dr. Monaghan's body, comma, possessed by the exaltation of self, right end of line, hyphen, sacrifice, semi. A reasonable exaltation, comma, determined not to lose whatever advantage chance put into one word, its way, point. He ran with headlong, one word, comma, tottering swiftness, comma, his arms going like a windmill in his effort to keep his balance on his crippled feet, point. He lost his hat, semi. The tails of his open gabardine flew behind him, point. He had no mind to lose sight of the indispensable man, point. But it was a long time, comma, and a long way from the custom house, comma, before he managed to seize his arm from behind, comma, roughly, comma, out of breath, point, pair. Quote, stop, mark. Cap, are you mad? Query, quote, pair. Already Nostromo was walking slowly, his head dropping, as if checked in his pace by the weariness of irresolution. Pair. Quote, what is that to you? Query. Ah, A.H. Mark. I forgot you want me for something. Always. Siempre. Caps S-I-E-M-P-R-E. Nostromo. Quote, pair. Kent text, page 462. Quote, what do you mean by talking of strangling me? Query. Quote, panted the doctor, spelled out, pair. Quote, what do I mean? Query. I mean that the king of the devils himself has sent you out of this town of cowards and talkers to meet me night of all the nights of my life. Quote, pair. Under the starry sky, the albergo d'Italia Una emerged, black and low, breaking the dark level of the plain. Nostromo stopped altogether. Pair. Quote, the priests say he is a tempter, do they not? Query. Quote, he added, through his clenched teeth. Pair. Quote, my good man, you drivel. The devil has nothing to do with this. Neither has the town, which you may call by what name you please. But Don Carlos Gould is neither a coward nor an empty talker. You will admit that. Query. Quote, he waited. Quote, well. Query. Quote, pair. Quote, could I see Don Carlos? Query. Quote, pair. Quote, great heavens, Mark. Cap, no, Mark. Cap, why? Query. Cap, what for? Query. Quote, exclaimed the doctor in agitation. Quote, I tell you it is madness. I will not let you go into the town for anything. Quote, pair. Quote, I must. Quote, pair. Quote, you must not, Mark. Quote, hissed the doctor, spelled out, fiercely, almost beside himself with the fear of the man doing away with his usefulness for an imbecile whim of some sort. Quote, I tell you, you shall not. I would rather long dash. Quote, pair. He stopped at loss for words, feeling fagged out, powerless, holding on to Nostromo's sleeve, absolutely for support after his run. Pair. Quote, I am betrayed, Mark. Quote, muttered the Capataz to himself, and the doctor spelled out, who overheard the last word, made an effort to speak calmly. Pair. Quote, that is exactly what would happen to you. You would be betrayed. Quote, pair. He thought with a sickening dread that the man was so well known that he could not escape recognition. Page 463. Continuing the same paragraph. The house of the Cap Senor Tilda Cap Administrador was beset by spies, no doubt. And even the very servants of the Casa, lowercase Casa, were not to be trusted. Quote, reflect, Capitaz, quote, he said, impressively, point. Quote, Cap, what are you laughing at? Query. Quote, pair. Quote, I am laughing to think that if somebody that did not approve of my presence in town, for instance, dash, you understand, lowercase Senor Tilda, doctor spelled out, dash, if somebody were to give me up to Pedrito, it would not be beyond my power to make friends even with him. It is true. What do you think of that? Query. Quote, pair. Quote, you are a man of infinite resource, Capitaz, quote, said abbreviated Dr. Monningham, dismally. Quote, I recognize, Z.E., that. But the town is full of talk about you, and those few Capcagadores that are not in hiding with the railway people have been shouting, single quote, Cap, Viva, V-I-V-A, Montero, single quote, on the Cap plaza all day, point, quote, pair. Quote, my poor Capcagadores, Mark, quote, muttered Nostromo, point. Quote, betrayed, Mark. Cap betrayed, Mark, quote, pair. Quote, I understand that on the wharf you were pretty free in laying about you with a stick amongst your poor Capcagadores, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said in a grim tone, comma, which showed that he was recovering from his exertions, point. Quote, make no mistake, point. Pedrito is furious at Cap Senor Tilda Ribiera's rescue, comma, and at having lost the pleasure of shooting Decoud, point. Already there are rumors, OURS, in the town of the treasure having been spirited away, point. To have missed that does not please Pedrito either, semi. But let me tell you that if you had all that silver in your hand for ransom, it would not save you, point, quote, pair. Turning swiftly, comma, and catching the doctor by the shoulders, comma, Nostromo thrust his face close to his, point, pair. Quote, maladetta, M-A-L-A-D-E-T-T-A, Mark. Quote, you follow me speaking of the treasure, comma, and that must be a period. I'll do that sentence again. Cap, you follow me speaking of the treasure, point. Cap, you have sworn my ruin, point. You were the last man who looked upon me before I went out with it, point. And Sidoni, Cap S-I-D-O-N-I, the engine-driver, says you have an evil eye, point, quote, pair. Kent text, page 464. New paragraph, quote, he ought to know, point. I saved his broken leg for him last year, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, said, comma, stoically, point. He felt on his shoulders the weight of these hands, famed amongst the populace for snapping thick ropes and bending horse right end of line hyphen shoes, point. Quote, and to you I offer the best means of saving yourself, dash, let me go, dash, and of retrieving your great reputation, point. You boasted of making the Capataz de Capcagadores famous from one end of America to the other about this wretched silver, point. But I bring you a better opportunity, dash, let me go, comma, hombre, H-O-M-B-R-E, Mark, quote, pair. Nostromo released him abruptly, comma, and the doctor spelled out, feared that the indispensable man would run off again, point. But he did not, point. He walked on slowly, point. The doctor spelled out, hobbled by his side till, comma, within a stone's throw from the Cap Casaviola, comma, Nostromo stopped again, point, pair. Silent in inhospitable darkness, comma, the Cap Casaviola seemed to have changed its nature, semi. His home appeared to repel him with an air of hopeless and inimical mystery, point. The doctor said, dash, pair, you will be safe there. Let's begin that sentence in that paragraph again. Quote, you will be safe there, point. Go in, comma, Capataz, point, quote, pair. Quote, how can I go in, query, quote, Nostromo seemed to ask himself in a low, comma, inward tone, point. There's no point here. I thought there might be one, so I went ahead and read one, but there is a blank after inward tone, space, quote, Cap, she cannot unsay what she said, comma, and I cannot undo what I have done, point, quote, pair. Quote, I tell you it is all right, point. Viola is all alone in there, point. I looked in as I came out of the town point. You will be perfectly safe in that house till you leave it to make your name famous on the Cap Campo point. I am going now to arrange for your departure with the engineer-in-chief, and I shall bring you news here long before daybreak, one word, point, quote, pair. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, disregarding, or perhaps fearing to penetrate the meaning of Nostromo's silence, clapped him lightly on the shoulder, and starting off with his smart, lame walk, vanished utterly at the third or fourth hop in the direction of the railway track point. Arrested between the two wooden posts for people to fasten their horses to, Kent text page 465. Nostromo did not move, as if he, too, had been planted solidly in the ground, point. At the end of half an hour he lifted his head to the deep baying of the dogs at the railway yards, which had burst out suddenly, tumultuous and deadened as if coming from under the plain, point. That lame doctor with the evil eye had got there pretty fast, point, pair. Step by step, Nostromo approached the Albergo d'Italia Una, which he had never known so lightless, so silent, before, point. The door, all black in the pale wall, stood open as he had left it 20-4 hours before, when he had nothing to hide from the world, point. He remained before it, irresolute, like a fugitive, like a man betrayed, point. Poverty, misery, starvation, mark. Where had he heard these words, query? The anger of a dying woman had prophesied, Prophetsied, that fate for his folly, point. It looked as if it would come true very quickly, point. And the leperos, Leperos, would laugh, she had said, point. Yes, they would laugh if they knew that the Capataz de Capcargadores was at the mercy of the mad doctor, spelled out, whom they could remember, only a few years ago, buying cooked food from a stall on the Cap Plaza for a copper coin, like one of themselves, point, pair. Well, one more paragraph then. Pair. At that moment the notion of seeking Captain Mitchell passed through his mind, point. He glanced in the direction of the jetty and saw a small gleam of light in the Caps and Points OSN Cap Company's building, point. The thought of lighted windows was not attractive, point. 2 lighted windows had decoyed him into the empty Cap Custom Cap House, only to fall into the clutches of that doctor, spelled out, point. No, mark, Cap, he would not go near lighted windows again on that night, point. Captain Mitchell was there, point. And what could he be told, query? That doctor, spelled out, would worm it all out of him as if he were a child, point, pair. I'm going to stop reading at this point, even though there are a few feet left on the reel. We have got then, with track 4 of reel 2, to page 465 of the Kent text, line 33. We will pick up on the third reel, track 1, with line 34 on page 465 of the Kent text, still in chapter 9, I believe, yes, of part 3. That's chapter 9 of part 3 of the Kent text, page 465, line 34 to begin next, finished with line 33 on page 465. And at line 23, text as follows. His aim was attained. Point. It was to keep Sulaco clear of any armed occupation for a few hours longer, comma, to let those whom fear impelled leave the town. Point. In the general dismay, there were families hopeful enough to fly upon the road towards Los Hatos, comma, which was left open by the withdrawal of the armed rabble under Capsenores, Fuentes, and Gamacho, comma, to Rinzon, comma, with their enthusiastic welcome for Pedro Montero. Point. It was a hasty and risky exodus, comma, and it was said that Hernandez, comma, occupying with his band the woods about Los Hatos, comma, was receiving the fugitives. Point. That a good many people he knew were contemplating such a flight had been well known, and those are two words, to the chief engineer. Point. Pair. Kent text, page 352. New paragraph. Father Corbalans, and I think the grave accent here is cut away in the Kent text. Efforts in the cause of that most pious robber had not been altogether fruitless. Point. The political chief of Sulaco had yielded at the last moment to the urgent entreaties of the priest, comma, had signed a provisional nomination appointing Hernandez a general, comma, and calling upon him officially in this new capacity to preserve order in the town. Point. The fact is that the political chief, comma, seeing the situation desperate, comma, did not care what he signed. Point. It was the last official document he signed before he left the palace of the Cap Intendencia for the refuge of the Caps and Points OSN Cap Company's office. Point. But even had he meant his act to be effective, it was already too late. Point. The riot, which he feared and expected, broke out in less than an hour after Cap Father Corbalan, grave accent, had left him. Point. Indeed, comma, Cap Father Corbalan, grave accent, comma, who had appointed a meeting with Nostromo in the Cap Dominican Cap Convent, comma, where he had his residence in one of the cells, comma, never managed to reach the place. Point. From the Cap Intendencia he had gone straight on to the Avallanos apostrophe S house to tell his brother -in-law, comma. And though he stayed there no more than half an hour, he had found himself cut off from his ascetic abode. Point. Nostromo, comma, after waiting there for some time, comma, watching uneasily the increasing uproar in the street, comma, had made his way to the offices of the Porvenir, italics, comma, and stayed there till daylight, one word, comma, as Decoud had mentioned in the letter to his sister. Point. Thus the Capitas, comma, instead of riding towards the Los Hatos woods as bearer of Hernandez's nomination, comma, had remained in town to save the life of the Cap president, Cap dictator, comma, to assist in repressing the outbreak of the mob, comma, and at last to sail out with the silver of the mine. Point. Pair. But Cap Father Corbalan, grave accent, comma, escaping to Hernandez, comma, had the document in his pocket, comma, a piece of official writing turning a bandit into a general in a memorable last official act of the Ribierist party, comma, whose watchwords, one word, were, Kent text, page 353, honesty, comma, peace, comma, and progress. Point. Probably neither the priest nor the bandit saw the irony of it. Point. Father Corbelan, grave accent, must have found messengers to send into the town, for early on the second day of the disturbances there were rumors of Hernandez being on the road to Los Hatos, ready to receive those who would put themselves under his protection. A strange hyphen-looking horseman, elderly and audacious, had appeared in the town, riding slowly while his eyes examined the fronts of the houses, as though he had never, the exodus had begun. Carretas, Carretas, full of ladies and children, rolled swaying across the Cap Plaza, with men walking or riding by their side. Mounted parties followed on mules and horses. The poorest were setting out on foot, men and women carrying bundles, clasping babies in their arms, leading old people, dragging along the bigger children. When Charles Gould, after leaving the doctor and the engineer at the Cap Casa Viola, entered the town by the Harbour Gate, all those that had meant to go were gone, and the others had barricaded themselves, Kent text, page 356, in their houses. In the whole dark street there was only one spot of flickering lights and moving figures, where the Cap Signor Cap Administrador recognized Zed, his wife's carriage, waiting at the door of the Avellanos, apostrophe S, house. He rode up, almost unnoticed, and looked on without a word while some of his own servants came out of the gate, carrying Cap Don Jose, acute accent, Avellanos, who, with closed eyes and motionless features, appeared perfectly lifeless. His wife and Antonia walked on each side of the improvised stretcher, which was put at once into the carriage. The two women embraced, while from the other side of the landau, Cap Father Corbelan's grave accent emissary, with his ragged beard all streaked with gray, and high, bronzed cheek-bones, stared, sitting upright in the saddle. Then Antonia, dry-eyed, got in by the side of the stretcher, and, after making the sign of the cross rapidly, lowered a thick veil upon her face. The servants and the 3 or 4 neighbors who had come to assist, stood back, uncovering their heads. On the box, Ignacio, resigned now to driving all night, and to having perhaps his throat cut before daylight, one word, looked back surlily over his shoulder. Drive carefully, cried Mrs. Gould in a tremulous voice. C in italics, si, carefully, C, si, Nina, N-I-N-A, tilde over the N, both of those words in italics, he mumbled, chewing his lips, his round, leathery cheeks quivering, and the landau rolled slowly out of the light, I will see them as far as the ford, said Charles Gould to his wife. She stood on the edge of the sidewalk with her hands clasped lightly, and nodded to him as he followed after the carriage. And now the windows of the Amarilla Cap Club were dark. The last spark of resistance had died out. Turning his head at the corner, Charles Gould saw his wife crossing over to their own gate in the lighted patch of the street point. One of their, Kent text page 357, neighbours, a well-known merchant and landowner, one word, of the province, followed at her elbow, talking with great gestures, point. As she passed in, all the lights went out in the street, which remained dark and empty from end to end, point pair. The houses of the vast Cap Plaza were lost in the night, point. High up, like a star, there was a small gleam in one of the towers of the cathedral, and the equestrian statue gleamed pale against the black trees of the Cap Alameda, like a ghost of royalty haunting the scenes of revolution, point. The rare prowlers they met ranged themselves against the wall, point. Beyond the last houses the carriage rolled noiselessly on the soft cushion of dust, and with a greater obscurity a feeling of freshness seemed to fall from the foliage of the trees bordering the country road, point. The emissary from Hernandez's camp pushed his horse close to Charles Gould, point pair. Quote, Caballero, quote, he said in an interested voice, quote, you are he whom they call the Cap King of Sulaco, the master of the mine, query, is it not so, query, quote, pair, quote, yes, I am the master of the mine, quote, answered Charles Gould, point pair. The man cantered for a time in silence, then said, quote, I have a brother, a Sereno, S-E-R-E-N-tilde-O, in your service in the San Tomé, acute accent, valley, lowercase, point. You have proved yourself a just man, point. There has been no wrong done to anyone, two words, since you called upon the people to work in the mountains, point. My brother says that no official of the Cap government, no oppressor of the Cap Campo, has been seen on your side of the stream, point. Your own officials do not oppress the people in the gorge, point. Doubtless they are afraid of your severity, point. You are a just man and a powerful one, quote, he added, point pair. He spoke in an abrupt, independent tone, but evidently he was communicative with a purpose, point. He told Charles Gould that he had been a ranchero in one of the, Kent text, page 358, lower valleys, far south, a neighbor of Hernandez in the old days, and godfather, one word, to his eldest boy, one of those who joined him in his resistance to the recruiting raid, which was the beginning of all their misfortunes, point. It was he that, when his compadre, C-O-M-P-A-D-R-E, had been carried off, had buried his wife and children, murdered by the soldiers, point pair. Quote, see, lowercase senor, tilde, quote, he muttered, hoarsely, quote, I and 2 or 3 others, the lucky ones left at liberty, buried them all in one grave, near the ashes of their ranch, under the tree that had shaded its roof, point, quote, pair. It was to him, too, that Hernandez came, after he had deserted, 3 years afterwards, point. He had still his uniform on, with the sergeant's stripes on the sleeve, and the blood of his colonel upon his hands and breast, point. 3 troopers followed him, of those who had started in pursuit, but had ridden on for liberty, point. And he told Charles Gould how he and a few friends, seeing those soldiers, lay in ambush behind some rocks, ready to pull the trigger on them, when he recognized ZED, his compadre, and jumped up from cover, shouting his name, because he knew that Hernandez could not have been coming back on an errand of injustice and oppression. Those 3 soldiers, together with the party who lay behind the rocks, had formed the nucleus of the famous band, and he, the narrator, had been the favorite lieutenant of Hernandez for many years. He mentioned proudly that the officials had put a price upon his head, too, but it did not prevent it getting sprinkled with gray EY upon his shoulders. And now he had lived long enough to see his compadre made a general. Pair. He had a burst of muffled laughter. Quote, and now from robbers we have become soldiers. But look, caballero, caballero, at those who made us soldiers and him a general. Mark, look at these people. Mark, quote, pair. Kent text, page 359. New paragraph. Ignacio shouted. The light of the carriage lamps, running along the nopal, Nopal hedges that crowned the bank on each side, flashed upon the scared faces of people standing aside in the road, sunk deep, like an English country lane, into the soft soil of the Campo. They cowered, Their eyes glistened very big for a second, And then the light, running on, fell upon the denuded roots of a big tree, on another stretch of nopal hedge, caught up another bunch of faces, glaring back apprehensively. 3 women, of whom one was carrying a child, and a couple of men in civilian dress, one armed with a saber RE and another with a gun, were grouped about a donkey carrying 2 bundles tied up in blankets. Just let me close this door here. Further on, Ignacio shouted again to pass a carreta, CARRETA, a long wooden box on 2 high wheels, with the door at the back swinging open. Some ladies in it must have recognized ZED, the white mules, because they screamed out, quote, Cap, is it you, Cap, Doña Tilda Emilia, query, quote, pair. At the turn of the road, the glare of a big fire filled the short stretch vaulted over by the branches meeting over right end of line -head. Near the ford of a shallow stream, a roadside, one word, rancho of woven rushes and a roof of grass had been set on fire by accident, and the flames, roaring viciously, lit up an open space blocked with horses, mules, and a distracted, shouting crowd, shouting crowd of people. When Ignacio pulled up, several ladies on foot assailed the carriage, begging Antonia for a seat. To their clamor she answered by pointing silently to her father. Pair. Quote, I must leave you here, quote, said Charles Gould, in the uproar. The flames leaped up sky-high, and in the recoil from the scorching heat, that's recoil, right end of line coil from the scorching heat across the road, the stream of fugitives pressed against the carriage. A middle right end of line aged lady dressed in black silk, but with a coarse manta, M-A-N-T-A, over her head and a rough branch for a stick in her hand, comma, staggered against the front wheel, point. Two young girls, comma, Kent text page 360, frightened and silent, comma, were clinging to her arms, point. Charles Gould knew her very well, point pair. Quote, Misericordia, Mark, all in italics, M-I-S-E-R-I-C-O-R-D-I-A in italics, Mark in italics. Quote, belay that, that's a new sentence beginning, the quote is already in effect. Cap, we are getting terribly bruised in this crowd, Mark, quote, she exclaimed, comma, smiling up courageously to him, point. Quote, Cap, we have started on foot, point. All our servants ran away yesterday to join the Democrats, point. We are going to put ourselves under the protection of Cap Father Corbelan, grave accent, comma, of your sainted uncle, comma, Antonia, point. He has wrought a miracle in the heart of a most merciless robber, point. A miracle, Mark, quote, pair. She raised her voice gradually up to a scream as she was borne along by the pressure of people getting out of the way of some carts coming up out of the ford at a gallop, comma, with loud yells and cracking of whips, point. Great masses of sparks mingled with black smoke flew over the road, semi. The bamboos of the walls detonated in the fire with the sound of an irregular fusillade, point. And then the bright blaze sank suddenly, comma, leaving only a red dusk crowded with aimless dark shadows drifting in contrary directions, semi. The noise of voices seemed to die away with the flame, semi, and the tumult of heads, comma, arms, comma, quarreling, comma, and imprecations passed on, fleeing into the darkness, point pair. Quote, I must leave you now, comma, quote, repeated Charles Gould to Antonia, point. She turned her head slowly and uncovered her face, point. The emissary and compadre of Hernandez spurred his horse close up towards point pair. Quote, has not the master of the mine any message to send to Hernandez, comma, the master of the Cap Campo, query, quote, pair. The truth of the comparison struck Charles Gould heavily, point. In his determined purpose he held the mine, comma, and the indomitable bandit held the Cap Campo by the same precarious tenure, point. They were equals before the lawlessness of the land, point. It was impossible to disentangle one's activity from its debasing contacts, point. A, Kent text, page 361, close-meshed net of crime and corruption lay upon the whole country, point. An immense and weary discouragement sealed his lips for a time, point pair. Quote, you are a just man, comma, quote, urged the emissary of Hernandez, point. Quote, look at those people who made my compadre a general and have turned us all into soldiers, point. Look at those oligarchs fleeing for life, comma, with only the clothes on their backs, point. My compadre does not think of that, comma, but our followers may be wondering greatly, comma, and I would speak for them to you, point. Listen, comma, lowercase signor, tilde, mark, Cap. For many months now the Cap Campo has been our own, point. We need ask no man for anything, semi. But soldiers must have their pay to live honestly when the wars are over, point. It is believed that your soul is so just that a prayer from you would cure the sickness of every beast, comma, like the orison, O-R-I-S-O-N, of the upright judge, point. Let me have some words from your lips that would act like a charm upon the doubts of our partida, in italics, Partida, comma, where all our men, point, quote, pair. Quote, do you hear what he says? Query, quote, Charles Gould said in English to Antonia, point, pair. Quote, forgive us our misery, Mark, quote, she exclaimed, comma, hurriedly, point. Quote, it is your character that is the inexhaustible treasure which may save us all yet, semi, your character, comma, Carlos, comma, not your wealth, point. I entreat you to give this man your word that you will accept any arrangement my uncle may make with their chief, point. One word, point. He will want no more, point, quote, pair. On the site of the roadside, one word, hut, there remained nothing but an enormous heap of embers, comma, throwing afar a darkening red glow, comma, in which Antonia's face appeared deeply flushed with excitement, point. Charles Gould, comma, with only a short hesitation, comma, pronounced the required pledge, point. He was like a man who had ventured on a precipitous path with no room to turn, comma, where the only chance of safety is to press forward, point. At that moment he understood. Text page 362. It thoroughly as he looked down at Cap Don Jose, acute accent, stretched out, comma, hardly breathing, comma, by the side of the erect Antonia, comma, vanquished in a lifelong, one word, struggle with the powers of moral darkness, comma, whose stagnant depths breed monstrous crimes and monstrous illusions, point. In a few words, the emissary from Hernandez expressed his complete satisfaction, point. Stoically, Antonia lowered her veil, comma, resisting the longing to inquire about Decoud's escape, point. But Ignacio leered morosely over his shoulder, point, pair. Quote, take a good look at the mules, comma, me, M-I in italics, amo, A-M-O in italics, comma, quote, he grumbled, point, quote, you shall never see them again, mark, quote, end of paragraph and end of chapter 3 of part 3. I am stalling for time now to check the input track, or input channel rather, and I'll begin at 370 to read chapter 4 of part 3, and that begins on page 363 of the Kent text. I want the counter to read 370, that's A370 on track 3, working on channel 2, microphone input with the volume set at 8, and the monitor switch, AB switch on source. Everything checks out. And I will read chapter 4 of part 3, beginning on page 363, page 363, page 363 of the Kent text, counter at 370, text of chapter 4 of part 3, beginning on page 363 as follows. Charles Gould turned towards the town, point. Before him the jagged peaks of the Cap Sierra came out all black in the clear dawn, point. Here and there a muffled lepero whisked round the corner of a grass-grown street before the ringing hoofs of his horse, point. Dogs barked behind the walls of the gardens, plural, semi, and with the colorless light the chill of the snows seemed to fall from the mountains upon the disjointed pavements and the shuttered houses with broken cornices and the plaster peeling in patches between the flat pilasters of the fronts, point. The daybreak, one word, struggled with the gloom under the arcades on the Cap plaza, comma, with no signs of country people disposing their goods for the day's market, comma, piles of fruit, comma, bundles of vegetables ornamented with flowers, comma, on low benches under enormous mat umbrellas, semi, with no cheery early morning bustle of villagers, comma, women, comma, children, comma, and loaded donkeys, point. Only a few scattered knots of revolutionists stood in the vast space, comma, all looking one way from under their slouched hats for some sign of news from Rinson, point. The largest of those groups turned about like one man as Charles Gould passed, comma, and shouted, comma, quote, cap, viva in italics, viva, la in italics, libertad in italics, mark in italics, quote, after him in a menacing tone, point pair. Charles Gould rode on, comma, and turned into the archway, one word, of his house, point. In the patio, littered with straw, comma, a practicante, Practicante, comma, one of Dr. Abbreviated Moningham's native assistants, comma, sat on the ground with his back against the rim of the fountain, comma, fingering a guitar discreetly, comma, while two girls of the lower class, two words, comma, standing up before him, comma, shuffled their feet a little and waved their arms, comma, humming a popular dance tune, point. Text, page 364, continuing the same paragraph after the truck goes by. Most of the wounded during the 2 days of rioting had been taken away already by their friends and relations, comma, but several figures could be seen sitting up, balancing their bandaged heads in time to the music, point. Charles Gould dismounted, point. A sleepy mozo coming out of the bakery door took hold of the horse's bridle, semi. The practicante endeavored to conceal his guitar hastily, semi. The girls, comma, unabashed, comma, stepped back smiling, semi. And Charles Gould, comma, on his way to the staircase, one word, comma, glanced into, one word, a dark corner of the patio at another group, comma, a mortally wounded Cap Cargador with a woman kneeling by his side, semi. She mumbled prayers rapidly, comma, trying at the same time to force a piece of orange between the stiffening lips of the dying man, point pair. The cruel futility of things stood unveiled in the levity and sufferings of that incorrigible people, semi. The cruel futility of lives and of deaths thrown away in the vain endeavor to attain an enduring solution of the problem, point. Unlike Decoux, comma, Charles Gould could not play lightly a part in a tragic farce, point. It was tragic enough for him in all conscience, comma, but he could see no farcical element, point. He suffered too much under a conviction of irremediable folly, point. He was too severely practical and too idealistic to look upon its terrible humors with amusement, comma, as Martin Decoux, comma, the imaginative materialist, comma, was able to do in the dry light of his skepticism, point. To him, comma, as to all of us, comma, the compromises with his conscience appeared uglier than ever in the light of failure, point. His taciturnity, comma, assumed with a purpose, comma, had prevented him from tampering openly with his thoughts, semi. But the Gould concession had insidiously corrupted, that's concession, cap concession, had insidiously corrupted his judgment point. He might have known, he said to himself, leaning over the balustrade of the corredor, in italics Corredor, that Cap Ribierism could never come to anything, one word, point. The mind had corrupted his judgment by making him sick of bribing and, Kent text, page 365, intriguing merely to have his work left alone from day to day, point. Like his father, he did not like to be robbed, point. It exasperated him, point. He had persuaded himself that, apart from higher considerations, the backing up of Don Jose's acute accent hopes of reform was good business, point. He had gone forth into the senseless fray as his poor uncle, whose sword hung on the wall of his study, had gone forth, in the defense, CE, of the commonest decencies of organized society, point. Only his weapon was the wealth of the mind, more far-reaching and subtle than an honest blade of steel fitted into a simple brass guard, point pair. More dangerous to the wielder, this weapon of wealth, double-edged with the cupidity and misery of mankind, steeped in all the vices of self-indulgence, as in a concoction of poisonous roots, tainting the very cause for which it is drawn, always ready to turn awkwardly in the hand, point. There was nothing for it now but to go on using it, point. But he promised himself to see it shattered into small bits before he let it be wrenched from his grasp, point pair. After all, with his English parentage and English upbringing, one word, he perceived that he was an adventurer in Costaguana, the descendant of adventurers enlisted in a foreign legion, of men who had sought fortune in a revolutionary war, who had planned revolutions, who had believed in revolutions, point. For all the uprightness, one word, of his character, he had something of an adventurer's easy morality which takes count of personal risk in the ethical appraising of his action, point. He was prepared, if need be, to blow up the whole San Tome acute accent mountain sky high, two words, out of the territory of the Cap Republic, point. This resolution expressed the tenacity of his character, the remorse of that subtle conjugal infidelity through which his wife was no longer the sole mistress of his thoughts, something of his father's imaginative weakness, and Kent text, page 366, something, too, of the spirit of a buccaneer throwing a lighted match into the magazine rather than surrender his ship, point pair. Down below in the patio, the wounded Cap Cargador had breathed his last, point. The woman cried out once, and her cry, unexpected and shrill, made all the wounded sit up, point. The practicante scrambled to his feet, and, guitar in hand, gazed steadily in her direction with elevated eyebrows, one word, point. The two girls, sitting now, one on each side of their wounded relative, with their knees drawn up and long cigars between their lips, nodded at each other significantly, point pair. Charles Gould, looking down over the balustrade, saw 3 men dressed ceremoniously in black frock-coats with white shirts, and wearing European round hats, enter the patio from the street point. One of them, head and shoulders taller than the 2 others, advanced with marked gravity, leading the way, point. This was Cap Don Justa Lopez, accompanied by 2 of his friends, members of Cap Assembly, coming to call upon the Cap Administrador of the San Tome acute accent mine at this early hour, point. They saw him, too, waved their hands to him urgently, walking up the stairs as if in procession, point pair. Don Justa, astonishingly changed by having shaved off altogether his damaged beard, had lost with it 9 right end of line - tenths of his outward one-word dignity, point. Even at that time of serious pre-occupation, Charles Gould could not help noting the revealed ineptitude in the aspect of the man, point. His companions looked crestfallen, one word, and sleepy, point. One kept on passing the tip of his tongue over his parched lips, semi. The other's eyes strayed dully over the tiled floor of the corredor, in italics, CORREDOR, while Cap Don Justa, standing a little in advance, harangued the Cap Senior Cap Administrador of the San Tome acute accent mine, point. It was his firm opinion that forms had to be observed, point. A new governor, that's OR, is always visited by, Kent text page 367, deputations from the Cap Cabildo, which is the Cap Municipal, Cap Council, IL, from the Cap Consulado, the Commercial Cap Board, and it was proper that the Cap Provincial Cap Assembly should send a deputation, to, if only to assert the existence of parliamentary institutions, point. Don Justa proposed that Don Carlos Gould, as the most prominent citizen of the province, should join the Cap Assembly's deputation, point. His position was exceptional, his personality known through the length and breadth of the whole Cap Republic, point. Official courtesies must not be neglected, if they are gone through with a bleeding heart, point. The acceptance of accomplished facts may save yet the precious vestiges of parliamentary institutions, point. Don Justa's eyes glowed dully, semi. He believed in parliamentary institutions, and the convinced drone of his voice lost itself in the stillness of the house like the deep buzzing of some ponderous insect, point pair. Charles Gould had turned round to listen patiently, leaning his elbow on the balustrade, point. He shook his head a little, refusing, almost touched by the anxious gaze of the Cap President of the Cap Provincial Cap Assembly, point. It was not Charles Gould's policy to make the San Tome acute accent, but it looks like a circumflex in the Kent text. Mine, a party to any formal proceedings, point pair. Quote, my advice, lowercase senores, tilde, is that you should wait for your fate in your houses, point. There is no necessity for you to give yourselves up formally into Montero's hands, point. Submission to the inevitable, as Don Justa calls it, is all very well, comma, but when the inevitable is called Pedrito Montero, there is no need to exhibit pointedly the whole extent of your surrender, point. The fault of this country is the want of measure in political life, point. Flat acquiescence in illegality, comma, followed by sanguinary reaction, dash, that, comma, lowercase, senores, tilde, comma, is not the way to a stable and prosperous future, point, quote, pair. Charles Gould stopped before the sad bewilderment of the faces, comma, the wondering, comma, anxious glances of the eyes, point. The feeling of pity for those men, comma, putting all their trust, Kent text page 368, into words of some sort, comma, while murder and rapine stalked over the land, comma, had betrayed him into what seemed empty loquacity, point. Don Justa murmured, dash, pair. Testing now before continuing. Testing. Okay, to continue. Pair. Quote, you are abandoning us, comma, Don Carlos, point. Point, point, point. Cap and yet, comma, parliamentary institutions, long dash, quote, pair. He could not finish from grief, point. For a moment he put his hand over his eyes, point. Charles Gould, comma, in his fear of empty loquacity, comma, made no answer to the charge, point. He returned in silence their ceremonious bows, point. His taciturnity was his refuge, point. He understood that what they sought was to get the influence of the San Tome acute accent mine on their side, point. They wanted to go on a conciliating errand to the victor under the wing of the Gould Cap concession, point. Other public bodies, dash, the Cap Cabildo, comma, the Cap Consulado, dash, would be coming, comma, to, comma, presently, comma, seeking the support of the most stable, comma, the most effective force they had ever known to exist in their province, point, pair. The doctor, spelled out, comma, arriving with his sharp, comma, jerky walk, comma, found that the master had retired into his own room with orders not to be disturbed on any account, point. But Dr. Abbreviated Monaghan was not anxious to see Charles Gould at once, point. He spent some time in a rapid examination of his wounded, point. He gazed down upon each in turn, comma, rubbing his chin between his thumb and forefinger, one word, semi. His steady stare met without expression their silently inquisitive look, point. All these cases were doing well, semi. But when he came to the dead Cap Cargador, he stopped a little longer, comma, surveying not the man who had ceased to suffer, comma, but the woman kneeling in silent contemplation of the rigid face, comma, with its pinched nostrils and a white gleam in the imperfectly closed eyes, point. She lifted her head slowly, comma, and said in a dull voice, dash, pair, quote, it is not long since he had become a Cap Cargador, dash, only a few weeks, point. His worship the Cap Capataz had accepted him after many entreaties, point, quote, pair. Kent text, page 369, new pair. Quote, I am not responsible for the great Cap Capataz, comma, quote, muttered the doctor, spelled out, comma, moving off, point, pair. Directing his course upstairs towards the door of Charles Gould's room, comma, the doctor, spelled out, at the last moment hesitated, semi. Then, turning away from the handle with a shrug of his uneven shoulders, slunk off hastily along the corredor in italics, corredor, in search of Mrs. Gould's camerista, point pair. Leonarda told him that the lowercase Senora Tilda had not risen yet, point. The lowercase Senora Tilda had given into her charge the girls belonging to that Italian posadero, point. She, Leonarda, had put them to bed in her own room, point. The fair one had cried herself to sleep, but the dark one, the bigger, had not closed her eyes yet, point. She sat up in bed, clutching the sheets right up under her chin and staring before her like a little witch, point. Leonarda did not approve of the Viola children being admitted to the house, point. She made this feeling clear by the indifferent tone in which she inquired whether their mother was dead yet, point. As to the lowercase Senora Tilda, she must be asleep, point. Ever since she had gone into her room after seeing the departure of Cap Dona Antonia with her dying father, there had been no sound behind her door, point pair. The doctor spelled out, rousing himself out of profound reflection, told her abruptly to call her mistress at once, point. He hobbled off to wait for Mrs. Gould in the sala, point. He was very tired, but too excited to sit down, point. In this great drawing-room, now empty, in which his withered soul had been refreshed after many arid years, and his cast spirit had accepted silently the toleration of many side glances, he wandered haphazard amongst the chairs and tables till Mrs. Gould, enveloped in a morning wrapper, came in rapidly, point pair. Quote, "You know that I never approved of the silver being sent away, the doctor spelled out, began at once, as a preliminary to the narrative of his night's adventurers in association, Kent text, page 370, with Captain Mitchell, the engineer in chief, and old Viola, at Sotillo's headquarters, point." Pausing here, I want to check back on the sense of that sentence. He says, as a preliminary to the narrative of his night's adventurers. How about night's adventures, really? In association with, I'm going to mark that out here for attention in the Kent text. To resume now on page 370, finishing at Sotillo's headquarters, point. To the doctor spelled out, with his special conception of this political crisis, the removal of the silver had seemed an irrational and ill-omened measure, point. It was as if a general were sending the best part of his troops away on the eve of battle upon some recondite pretext, point. The whole lot of ingots might have been concealed somewhere where they could have been got at for the purpose of staving off the dangers which were menacing the security of the Gould Cap concession, point. The Cap administrador had acted as if the immense and powerful prosperity of the mine had been founded on methods of probity, on the sense of usefulness, point. And it was nothing of the kind, point. The method followed had been the only one possible, point. The gold cap concession had ransomed its way through all those years. Point. It was a nauseous process. Point. He quite understood that Charles Gould had got sick of it and had left the old path to back up that hopeless attempt at reform. Point. The doctor, spelled out, did not believe in the reform of Costaguana. Point. And now the mine was back again in its old path, comma, with the disadvantage, that's dis right end of line hyphen advantage, that henceforth, one word, it had to deal not only with the greed provoked by its wealth, comma, but with the resentment awakened by the attempt to free itself from its bondage to moral corruption. Point. That was the penalty of failure. Point. What made him uneasy was that Charles Gould seemed to him to have weakened at the decisive moment when a frank return to the old methods was the only chance. Point. Listening to Decoud's wild scheme had been a weakness. Point. Pair. The doctor flung up his arms, comma, exclaiming, comma, quote, Decoud, mark, quote. New sentence. He hobbled about the room with slight, comma, angry laughs. Point. Many years ago, both his ankles had been seriously damaged in the course of a certain investigation conducted in the castle of Sta Marta by a, Kent text page 371, commission composed of military men. Point. Their nomination had been signified to them unexpectedly at the dead of night, comma, with scowling brow, comma, flashing eyes, comma, and in a tempestuous voice, comma, by Guzman Bento. Point. The old tyrant, comma, maddened by one of his sudden accesses of suspicion, comma, mingled spluttering appeals to their fidelity with imprecations and horrible menaces. Point. The cells and casements of the castle on the hill had been already filled with prisoners. Point. The commission was charged now with the task of discovering the iniquitous conspiracy against the cap citizen hyphen cap savior of his country. Point. Pair. Their dread of the raving tyrant translated itself into a hasty ferocity of procedure. Point. The cap citizen hyphen cap savior was not accustomed to wait. Point. A conspiracy had to be discovered. Point. The courtyards, one word, of the castle resounded with the clanking of leg hyphen irons, comma, sounds of blows, comma, yells of pain, semi, and the commission of high officers labored feverishly, comma, concealing their distress and apprehensions from each other, comma, and especially from their secretary, comma, Cap Father Baron, B-E-R-O-N, comma, an army chaplain, comma, at that time very much in the confidence of the cap citizen hyphen cap savior. Point. That priest was a big, round, hyphen-shouldered man, comma, with an unclean, hyphen-looking, comma, over right end of line, hyphen-grown, tonsure, T-O-N-S-U-R-E, on the top of his flat head, comma, of a dingy, comma, yellow complexion, X-I-O-N, comma, softly fat, comma, with greasy stains all down the front of his lieutenant's uniform, comma, and a small cross embroidered in white cotton on his left breast. Point. He had a heavy nose and a pendant lip. Point. It's pendant. Dr. abbreviated Monaghan remembered him still. Point. He remembered him against all the force of his will, striving its utmost to forget. Point. Father Baron had been adjoined to the commission by Guzman Bento expressly for the purpose that his enlightened zeal should assist them in their labours. Point. Dr. abbreviated Monaghan could by no manner of means forget the zeal of Cap Father Baron, or his face, or the pitiless, monotonous voice in which he pronounced the words, quote, Cap, will you confess now? Query, quote, damn that cat. That's not in the text. Kent text, page 372, new paragraph. This memory did not make him shudder, but it had made of him what he was in the eyes of respectable people, a man careless of common decencies, something between a clever vagabond and a disreputable doctor, spelled out. Point. But not all respectable people would have had the necessary delicacy of sentiment to understand with what trouble of mind and accuracy of vision Dr. abbreviated Monaghan, medical officer of the San Tome acute accent mine, remembered Cap Father Baron, army chaplain, and once a secretary of a military commission. Point. After all these years, abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, in his rooms at the end of the hospital building in the San Tome acute accent gorge, remembered Cap Father Baron as distinctly as ever. Point. He remembered that priest at night, sometimes, in his sleep. Point. On such nights the doctor, spelled out, waited for daylight, one word, with a candle lighted, and walking the whole length of his rooms to and fro, staring down at his bare feet, his arms hugging his sides tightly. Point. He would dream of Cap Father Baron sitting at the end of a long black table, behind which, in a row, appeared the heads, shoulders, and epaulettes of the military members, nibbling the feather of a quill pen, and listening with weary and impatient scorn to the protestations of some prisoner, calling heaven lowercase to witness of his innocence, till he burst out, quote, Cap, what's the use of wasting time over that miserable nonsense, Mark? Cap, let me take him outside for a while, 2 words, point, quote. And Cap Father Baron would go outside after the clanking prisoner, led away between 2 soldiers. Point. Such interludes happened on many days, many times, with many prisoners. Point. When the prisoner returned, he was ready to make a full confession, Cap Father Baron would declare, leaning forward with that dull, surfeited look which can be seen in the eyes of gluttonous persons after a heavy meal. Point. Prayer. The priest's inquisitorial instincts suffered but little from the want of classical apparatus of the Cap Inquisition. Point. Kent text, page 373, continuing this paragraph. At no time of the world's history have men been at a loss how to inflict mental and bodily anguish upon their fellow creatures. Point. This aptitude came to them in the growing complexity of their passions and the early refinement of their ingenuity. Point. But it may safely be said that primeval man did not go to the trouble of inventing tortures. Point. He was indolent and pure of heart. Point. He brained his neighbor ferociously with a stone axe, axe, from necessity and without malice. Point. The stupidest mind may invent a rankling phrase or brand the innocent with a cruel aspersion. Point. A piece of string and a ramrod, a few muskets in combination with a length of hide rope, or even a simple mallet of heavy, hard wood, 2 words, applied with a swing to human fingers or to the joints of a human body, is enough for the infliction of the most exquisite torture. Point. The doctor had been a very stubborn prisoner, and, as a natural consequence of that, quote, bad disposition, quote, so Cap Father Baron called it, His subjugation had been very crushing and very complete. Point. That is why the limp in his walk, comma, the twist of his shoulders, comma, the scars on his cheeks were so pronounced. Point. His confessions, comma, when they came at last, comma, were very complete, comma, too. Point. Sometimes on the nights when he walked the floor, comma, he wondered, comma, grinding his teeth with shame and rage, comma, at the fertility of his imagination when stimulated by a sort of pain which makes truth, comma, honour, comma, self right end of line hyphen respect, comma, and life itself matters of little moment. Point pair. And he could not forget Cap Father Baron with his monotonous phrase, comma, quote, will you confess now, query, quote, reaching him in an awful iteration and lucidity of meaning through the delirious incoherence of unbearable pain. Point. He could not forget. Point. But that was not the worst. Point. Had he met Cap Father Baron in the street after all these years, Dr. Abbreviated Monaghan was sure he would have quailed before him. Point. This contingency was not to be feared now. Point. Father Kent text page 374, Baron was dead, semi, but the sickening certitude prevented Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan from looking anybody, one word, in the face. Point pair. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan had become, comma, in a manner, comma, the slave of a ghost. Point. It was obviously impossible to take his knowledge of Cap Father Baron home to Europe. Point. When making his extorted confessions to the Cap Military Cap Board, comma, Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan was not seeking to avoid death. Point. He longed for it. Point. Sitting naked for hours on the wet earth of his prison, comma, and so motionless that the spiders, comma, his companions, comma, attached their webs to his matted hair, comma. He consoled the misery of his soul with acute reasonings that he had confessed to crimes enough for a sentence of death, dash, that they had gone too far with him to let him live to tell the tale. Point pair. But, comma, as if by a refinement of cruelty, comma, Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan was left for months to decay slowly in the darkness of his grave-like prison. Point. It was no doubt hoped that it would finish him off without the trouble of an execution, semi, but Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan had an iron constitution. Point. It was Guzman Bento who died, comma, not by the knife thrust of a conspirator, comma, but from a stroke of apoplexy, comma, and Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan was liberated hastily. Point. His fetters were struck off by the light of a candle, comma, which, comma, after months of gloom, comma, hurt his eyes so much that he had to cover his face with his hands. Point. He was raised up. Point. His heart was beating violently with the fear of this liberty. Point. When he tried to walk, the extraordinary lightness of his feet made him giddy, comma, and he fell down. Point. 2 sticks were thrust into his hands, comma, and he was pushed out of the passage. Point. It was dusk, semi. Candles glimmered already in the windows of the officers' quarters round the court, right end of line hyphen yard, semi. But the twilight sky dazed him by its enormous and overwhelming brilliance. Point. A thin poncho hung over his naked, comma, bony shoulders, semi. The rags of his trousers came down no lower than his knees, semi. An 18 months Kent text page 375, growth of hair fell in dirty gray EY locks on each side of his sharp cheek hyphen bones. Point. As he dragged himself past the guard hyphen room door, comma, one of the soldiers, comma, lolling outside, comma, moved by some obscure impulse, comma, leaped forward with a strange laugh and rammed a broken old straw hat on his head. Point. And Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, comma, after having tottered, comma, continued on his way. Point. He advanced 1 stick, comma, then 1 maimed foot, comma, then the other stick, semi. The other foot followed only a very short distance along the ground, toilfully, as though it were almost too heavy to be moved at all, and yet his legs under the hanging angles of the poncho appeared no thicker than the 2 sticks in his hands, A ceaseless trembling agitated his bent body, all his wasted limbs, his bony head, the conical, ragged crown of the sombrero, whose ample flat rim rested on his shoulders, pair. In such conditions of manner and attire did abbreviated Dr. Monaghan go forth to take possession of his liberty, and these conditions seemed to bind him indissolubly to the land of Costaguana, like an awful procedure of naturalization, involving him deep in the national life, far deeper than any amount of success and honor could have done, They did away with his Europeanism, for abbreviated Dr. Monaghan had made himself an ideal conception of his disgrace, It was a conception eminently fit and proper for an officer and a gentleman, Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan, before he went out to Costaguana, had been surgeon in one of Her Majesty's regiments of foot, It was a conception which took no account of physiological facts or reasonable arguments, but it was not stupid for all that, It was simple, A rule of conduct resting mainly on severe rejections is necessarily simple, Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan's view of what it behoved him to do was severe, It was an ideal view, in so much, 3 words, that it was the imaginative exaggeration of a correct feeling, It was also, in its text, page 376, force, influence, and persistency, the view of an eminently loyal nature, pair. There was a great fund of loyalty in abbreviated Dr. Monaghan's nature, He had settled it all on Mrs. Gould's head, He believed her worthy of every devotion, At the bottom of his heart he felt an angry uneasiness before the prosperity of the San Tome acute accent mine, because its growth was robbing her of all peace of mind, Costaguana was no place for a woman of that kind, What could Charles Gould have been thinking of when he brought her out there, It was outrageous, Cap and the doctor had watched the course of events with a grim and distant reserve which, he imagined, his lamentable history imposed upon him, pair. Loyalty to Mrs. Gould could not, however, leave out of account the safety of her husband, The doctor had contrived to be in town at the critical time because he mistrusted Charles Gould, He considered him hopelessly infected with the madness of revolutions, That is why he hobbled in distress in the drawing-room of the Cap Casa Gould on that morning, exclaiming, Deku, in a tone of mournful irritation, pair. Mrs. Gould, her color heightened, and with glistening eyes, looked straight before her at the sudden enormity of that disaster, The finger tips on one hand rested lightly on a low little table by her side, and the arm trembled right up to the shoulder, The sun, which looks late upon Sulaco, issuing in all the fullness, of its power high up on the sky from behind the dazzling snow-edge of Higuerota, had precipitated the delicate, smooth, pearly grayness, of light, in which the town lies steeped during the early hours, into, one word, sharp cut masses of black shade and spaces of hot, blinding glare, point. 3 long rectangles of sunshine fell through the windows of the sala semi, while just across the street, the front of the Kent text page 377, Avellanos apostrophe S house appeared very somber, re, in its own shadow seen through the flood of light, point, pair. A voice said at the door, quote, cap what? Of Deku, query, quote, pair. It was Charles Gould, point. They had not heard him coming along the corredor in italics, point, Corredor. His glance just glided over his wife and struck full at the doctor, spelled out, point, pair. Quote, you have brought some news, doctor, spelled out, query, quote, pair. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan blurted it all out at once, in the rough, point. For some time after he had done, the cap administrador of the San Tome acute accent mine remained looking at him without a word, point. Mrs. Gould sank into a low chair with her hands lying on her lap, point. A silence reigned between those 3 motionless persons, point. Then Charles Gould spoke, pair, quote, you must want some breakfast, point, quote, pair. He stood aside to let his wife pass first, point. She caught up her husband's hand and pressed it as she went out, raising her handkerchief to her eyes, point. The sight of her husband had brought Antonia's position to her mind, and she could not contain her tears at the thought of the poor girl, point. When she rejoined the 2 men in the dining right end of line room after having bathed her face, Charles Gould was saying to the doctor, spelled out across the table, pair, quote, no, there does not seem any room for doubt, point, quote, pair. And the doctor, spelled out, assented, point, pair. Quote, no, I don't see myself how we could question that wretched Hirsch's tale, point. It's only too true, I fear, point, quote, pair. She sat down desolately at the head of the table and looked from one to the other, point. The 2 men, without absolutely turning their heads away, tried to avoid her glance, point. The doctor, spelled out, even made a show of being hungry, He seized his knife and fork, and began to eat with emphasis, as if on the stage, point. Charles Gould made no pretense, CE, of the sort, With his elbows raised squarely, he twisted both ends of his flaming mustaches, they were so long that his hands were quite away from his face, point, pair. What a laugh. Kent text page 378. New paragraph. Quote, I am not surprised, quote, he muttered, abandoning his mustaches and throwing one arm over the back of his chair, point. His face was calm with that immobility of expression which betrays the intensity of a mental struggle, point. He felt that this accident had brought to a point all the consequences involved in his line of conduct, with its conscious and subconscious intentions, point. There must be an end now. an end now of this silent reserve, comma, of that air of impenetrability behind which he had been safeguarding his dignity, point. That's safe right end of line hyphen guarding his dignity, point. It was the least ignoble form of dissembling forced upon him by that parody of civilized ZED institutions which offended his intelligence, comma, his up right end of line hyphen rightness, comma, and his sense of right, point. He was like his father, point. He had no ironic eye, point. He was not amused at the absurdities that prevail in this world, point. They hurt him in his innate gravity, point. He felt that the miserable death of that poor Decoud took from him his inaccessible position of a force in the background, one word, point. It committed him openly unless he wished to throw up the game, dash, and that was impossible, point. The material interests required from him the sacrifice of his aloofness, dash, perhaps his own safety too, point. And he reflected that Decoud's separationist plan had not gone to the bottom with the lost silver, point, pair. The only thing that was not changed was his position towards Mr. Holroyd, point. The head of silver and steel interests had entered into Costaguana affairs with a sort of passion, point. Costaguana had become necessary to his existence, semi. In the San Tome accent mine he had found the imaginative satisfaction which other minds would get from drama, comma, from art, comma, or from a risky and fascinating sport, point. It was a special form of the great man's extravagance, comma, sanctioned by a moral intention, comma, big enough to flatter his vanity, point. Even in this aberration of his genius he served the progress of the world, point. Charles Gould felt sure of being understood with precision and, Kent text page 379, judged with the indulgence of their common passion, point. Nothing now could surprise or startle this great man, point. And Charles Gould imagined himself writing a letter to San Francisco in some such words, colon, quote, point, 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 cap the men at the head of the movement are dead or have fled, semi. The civil organization ZA of the province is at an end for the present, semi. The Cap Blanco party in Sulaco has collapsed inexcusably, comma, but in the characteristic manner of this country, point. But Barrios, comma, untouched in Caita, comma, remains still available, point. I am forced to take up openly the plan of a provincial revolution as the only way of placing the enormous material interests involved in the prosperity and peace of Sulaco in a position of permanent safety, point. Point, 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 quote. That was clear, point. He saw these words as if written in letters of fire upon the wall at which he was gazing abstractedly, point, pair. Mrs. Gould, one moment. Mrs. usually followed by a point, and it's not. Mrs. no point. Gould watched his abstraction with dread, point. It was a domestic and frightful phenomenon that darkened and chilled the house for her, like a thunder right end of line hyphen cloud passing over the sun, point. Charles Gould's fits of abstraction depicted the energetic concentration of a will haunted by a fixed idea, point. A man haunted by a fixed idea is insane, point. He is dangerous even if that idea is an idea of justice, semi. For may he not bring the heaven, lowercase, down pitilessly upon a loved head, query. The eyes of Mrs. Gould, comma, watching her husband's profile, comma, filled with tears again, point. And again she seemed to see the despair of the unfortunate Antonia, point pair. Quote, what would I have done if Charlie, E.Y., had been drowned while we were engaged, query, quote, she exclaimed, comma, mentally, comma, with horror, point. Her heart turned to ice, comma, while her cheeks flamed up as if scorched by the blaze of a funeral pyre, consuming all her earthly affections, point. The tears burst out of her eyes, point pair. Quote, Antonia will kill herself, mark, quote, she cried out, point pair. Kent text, page 380. This cry fell into the silence of the room with strangely little effect, point. Only the doctor spelled out, comma, crumbling up a piece of bread, comma, with his head inclined on one side, comma, raised his face, comma, and the few long hairs sticking out of his shaggy eyebrows stirred in a slight frown, point. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan thought quite sincerely that Decoud was a singularly unworthy object for any woman's affection, point. Then he lowered his head again, comma, with a curl of his lip, comma, and his heart full of tender admiration for Mrs. Gould, point, pair. Quote, she thinks of that girl, comma, quote, he said to himself, semi, quote, she thinks of the Viola children, semi. She thinks of me, semi. Of the wounded, semi. Of the miners, semi. She always thinks of everybody, one word, who is poor and miserable, mark. Cap, but what will she do if Charles gets the worst of it? In this infernal scrimmage, those confounded Avellanos have drawn him into query. No one, 2 words, seems to be thinking of her, point, quote, pair. Charles Gould, comma, staring at the wall, comma, pursued his reflections subtly, point, pair. Quote, I shall write to Holroyd that the Saint Thomé acute accent mine is big enough to take in hand the making of a new cap state, point. It'll please him, point. It'll reconcile him to the risk, point, quote, pair. But was Barrios really available, query. Perhaps, point, but he was inaccessible, point. To send off a boat to Cayta was no longer possible, comma, since Sotillo was master of the harbor, comma, and had a steamer at his disposal, point. And now, comma, with all the Democrats in the province up, comma, and every Campo township in a state of disturbance, comma, where could he find a man who would make his way successfully overland to Cayta with a message, comma, a 10 days apostrophe ride at least, semi, a man of courage and resolution, comma, who would avoid arrest or murder, comma, and if arrested would faithfully eat the paper, query. The Cap Capataz de Cap Cargadores would have been just such a man, point, but the Cap Capataz of the Cap Cargadores was no more, point, pair, and Charles Gould, comma, withdrawing his eyes from the wall, comma, Kent text page 381, said gently, comma, quote, Cap, that Hirsch, mark. Cap, what an extraordinary thing, mark. Cap saved himself by clinging to the anchor, comma. Did he, query. I had no idea that he was still in Sulaco, point. I thought he had gone back overland to Esmeralda more than a week ago, point. He came here once to talk to me about his hide business and some other things, point. I made it clear to him that nothing could be done, point, quote. Pair. Quote, he was afraid to start back on account of Hernandez being about, comma, quote, remarked the doctor, spelled out, point, pair. Quote, and but for him we might not have known anything of what has happened, comma, quote, marveled Charles Gould, point, pair. Mrs. Gould cried out, dash, pair. Quote, Antonia must not know, mark. Cap, she must not be told, mark. Belay that. Cap, she must not be told, point. Not now, point, quote, pair. Quote, nobody's likely to carry the news, comma, quote, remarked the doctor, spelled out, point. Quote, it's no one's, 2 words, interest, point. Moreover, comma, the people here are afraid of Hernandez as if he were the devil, point, quote. He turned to Charles Gould, point. Quote, it's even awkward, comma, because if you wanted to communicate with the refugees, you could find no messenger, point. When Hernandez was ranging hundreds of miles away from here, the Sulaco populace used to shudder at the tales of him roasting his prisoners alive, point, quote, pair. Quote, yes, comma, quote, murmured Charles Gould, semi, quote, Captain Mitchell's capataz was the only man in the town who had seen Hernandez eye to eye, point. Father Corbalan, grave accent, employed him, point. He opened the communications first, point. It is a pity that, long dash, quote, pair. His voice was covered by the booming of the great bell of the cathedral, point. 3 single strokes, comma, one after another, comma, burst out explosively, comma, dying away in deep and mellow vibrations, point. And then all the bells in the tower of every church, comma, convent, comma, or chapel in town, comma, even those that had remained shut up for years, comma, pealed out together with a crash, point. In this furious flood of metallic, text page 382, uproar, there was a power of suggesting images of strife and violence which blanched Mrs. Gould's cheek, point. Basilio, comma, who had been waiting at table, comma, shrinking within himself, comma, clung to the sideboard, 1 word, with chattering teeth, point. It was impossible to hear yourself speak, point, pair. Quote, shut these windows, mark, quote, Charles Gould yelled at him, comma, angrily, point. All the other servants, comma, terrified at what they took for the signal of a general massacre, comma, had rushed upstairs, comma, tumbling over each other, comma, men and women, comma, the obscure and generally invisible population of the ground floor on the 4 sides of the patio, point. The women, comma, screaming, quote, cap misericordia, mark, quote, ran right into the room, comma, and, comma, falling on their knees against the walls, comma, began to cross themselves convulsively, point. The staring heads of men blocked the doorway, 1 word, in an instant, dash, mozos from the stable, comma, gardeners, comma, nondescript helpers living on the crumbs of the munificent house, dash, and Charles Gould beheld all the extent of his domestic establishment, comma, even to the gatekeeper, 1 word, point. This was a half-hyphen paralyzed ZED old man, comma, whose long white locks fell down to his shoulders, colon. an heirloom taken up by Charles Gould's familial piety. Point. He could remember Henry Gould, an Englishman and a Costaganero of the second generation, chief of the Sulaco province, He had been his personal mozo years and years ago in peace and war, Had been allowed to attend his master in prison, Had, on the fatal morning, followed the firing squad, And, peeping from behind one of the cypresses growing along the wall of the Cap Franciscan Cap Convent, had seen, with his eyes starting out of his head, Cap Don Enrique Enrique throw up his hands and fall with his face in the dust. Point. Charles Gould noted particularly the big patriarchal head of that witness in the rear of the other servants. Point. But he was surprised to see a shriveled old hag or two, of whose existence within the walls of his house he had not been aware. Point. They must have been the Kent text, page 383, mothers, or even the grandmothers of some of his people. Point. There were a few children, too, more or less naked, crying and clinging to the legs of their elders. Point. He had never before noticed any sign of a child in his patio. Point. Even Leonarda, the camarista, came in a fright, pushing through, with her spoiled, pouting face of a favorite maid, leading the viola girls by the hand. Point. The crockery rattled on table and sideboard, one word, and the whole house seemed to sway in the deafening wave of sound. Point. Pair. End of chapter 4 of part 3. That was the end of chapter 4 of part 3 on counter 168. I'll begin at counter B175, chapter 5 of part 3. This begins on page 384 of the Kent text. Beginning at any moment now when the counter reaches B175, chapter 5 of part 3, beginning at page 384 of the Kent text, as follows. During the night, the expectant populace had taken possession of all the belfries in the town in order to welcome Pedrito Montero, who was making his entry after having slept the night in Rinson. Point. And first came straggling in through the land gate the armed mob of all colours, complexions, exiriones, types, and states of raggedness, calling themselves the Sulaco Cap National Cap Guard, and commanded by Cap Senor Camacho. Point. Through the middle of the street streamed, like a torrent of rubbish, a mass of straw hats, ponchos, gun-barrels, with an enormous green and yellow flag flapping in their midst, in a cloud of dust, to the furious beating of drums. Point. The spectators recoiled against the walls of the houses, shouting their Cap Vivas in italics. Mark. That's Cap V-I-V-A-S. Mark, also in italics. Cap behind the rabble could be seen the lances of the cavalry, the army, of Pedro Montero. Point. He advanced between Cap Senores, Fuentes and Gamacho at the head of his Llaneros, Laneros, who had accomplished the feat of crossing the Cap Paramos of the Higuerota in a snow-storm. Point. They rode 4 abreast, mounted on confiscated Cap Campo horses, clad in the heterogeneous stock of roadside one-word stores they had looted hurriedly in their rapid ride through the northern part of the province semi. For Pedro Montero had been in a great hurry to occupy Sulaco Point. The handkerchiefs knotted loosely around their bare throats were glaringly new, and all the right sleeves of their cotton shirts had been cut off close to the shoulder for greater freedom in throwing the lazo, L-A-Z-O, point. Testing, testing. Okay, we're working now. For a moment there, we were not functioning. To continue. Emaciated graybeards, EY and one word, rode by the side of lean, dark youths, marked by all the hardships of campaigning, Kent text, page 385, with strips of raw beef twined round the crowns of their hats, and huge iron spurs fastened to their naked heels, point. Those that in the passes of the mountain had lost their lances had provided themselves with the goads used by the Campo cattlemen, one word, slender shafts of palm fully 10 feet long, with a lot of loose rings jingling under the iron-shod, one word, point. It's iron-shod point, period. They were armed with knives and revolvers, point. A haggard fearlessness characterized the expression of all the sun-blacked countenances, semi. That's an interesting form, blacked instead of blackened. They glared down haughtily with their scorched eyes at the crowd, blinking upwards insolently, pointed out to each other some particular head amongst the women at the windows, point. When they had ridden into the Cap Plaza and caught sight of the equestrian statue of the Cap King, dazzlingly white in the sunshine, towering enormous and motionless above the surges of the crowd, with its eternal gesture of saluting, a murmur of surprise ran through their ranks, point. Quote, "What is that saint, lowercase, in the big hat?" query, quote. They asked each other, point pair. They were a good sample of the cavalry of the plains with which Pedro Montero had helped so much the victorious career of his brother, the general, point. The influence which that man, brought up in coast towns, acquired in a short time over the plainsmen, one word, of the Cap Republic, can be ascribed only to a genius for treachery of so effective a kind that it must have appeared to those violent men but little removed from a state of utter savagery, as the perfection of sagacity and virtue, point. The popular lore of all nations testifies that duplicity and cunning, together with bodily strength, were looked upon, even more than courage, as heroic virtues by primitive mankind, man, right end of line, hyphen, kind, point. To overcome your adversary was the great affair of life, point. Courage was taken for granted, point. But the use of intelligence awakened wonder and respect, point. Stratagems, providing they did not fail, were honorable, semi. Kent text, page 386. The easy massacre of an unsuspecting enemy evoked no feelings but those of gladness, pride, and admiration, point. Not perhaps that primitive men were more faithless than their descendants of 2-day, but that they went straighter to their aim, and were more artless in their recognition of success as the only standard of morality, point pair. We have changed since, point. The use of intelligence awakens little wonder and less respect, point. but the ignorant and barbarous plainsmen engaging in civil strife followed willingly a leader who often managed to deliver their enemies bound, as it were, into their hands. Pedro Montero had a talent for lulling his adversaries into a sense of security. And as men learn wisdom with extreme slowness, and are always ready to believe promises that flatter their secret hopes, Pedro Montero was successful time after time. Whether only a servant or some inferior official in the Costaguana Cap legation in Paris, he had rushed back to his country directly he heard that his brother had emerged from the obscurity of his frontier commandancia. He had managed to deceive by his gift of plausibility the chiefs of the Ribierist movement in the Capitale, and even the acute agent of the San Tome acute accent mine had failed to understand him thoroughly. At once he had obtained an enormous influence over his brother. They were very much alike in appearance, both bald, with bunches of crisp hair above their ears, arguing the presence of some Negro blood. Only Pedro was smaller than the general, more delicate altogether, one word, with an ape-like faculty for imitating all the outward signs of refinement and distinction, and with a parrot right end of line, like talent for languages. Both brothers had received some elementary instruction by the munificence of a great European traveler, to whom their father had been a body-servant during his journeys in the interior of the country. In General Montero's case, it enabled, Kent text page 387, him to rise from the ranks. Pedrito, the younger, incorrigibly lazy and slovenly, had drifted aimlessly from one coast town to another, hanging about, counting right end of line houses, attaching himself to strangers as a sort of valet, in italics, V-A-L-E-T, right end of line day, D-E, in italics, place, in italics, P-L-A-C-E, picking up an easy and disreputable living. His ability to read did nothing for him but fill his head with absurd visions. His actions were usually determined by motives so improbable in themselves as to escape the penetration of a rational person. Thus, at first sight, the agent of the Gould Cap concession in Sta Marta had credited him with the possession of sane views, and even with a restraining power over the general's everlastingly discontented vanity. It could never have entered his head that Pedrito Montero, lackey, that's E-Y, or inferior scribe, lodged in the garrets of the various Parisian hotels where the Costaguana Cap legation used to shelter its diplomatic dignity, had been devouring the lighter sort of historical works in the French language, such, for instance, as the books of Imbert, I-M-B-E-R-T, de, lowercase d-e, Saint, Cap Amand, upon the Second Cap Empire. But Pedrito had been struck by the splendor of a brilliant court, and had conceived the idea of an existence for himself where, like the Duc de Morny, that's Cap D-U-C, D-E, Cap M-O-R-N-Y, he would associate the command of every pleasure with the conduct of political affairs, and enjoy power supremely in every way. Nobody could have guessed that. And yet this was one of the immediate causes of the Monterist Cap revolution. This will appear less incredible by the reflection that the fundamental causes were the same as ever, rooted in the political immaturity of the people, in the indolence of the upper classes, and the mental darkness of the lower pair. Pedrito Montero saw in the elevation of his brother the road wide open to his wildest imaginings. This was what made the Monterist pronunciamiento so unpreventable. Kent text, page 388. The general himself probably could have been bought off, pacified with flatteries, dispatched on a diplomatic mission to Europe. It was his brother who had egged him on from first to last. He wanted to become the most brilliant statesman of South America. He did not desire supreme power. He would have been afraid of its labor and risk, in fact. Before all, Pedrito Montero, taught by his European experience, meant to acquire a serious fortune for himself. With this object in view, he obtained from his brother, on the very morrow of the successful battle, the permission to push on over the mountains and take possession of Sulaco. Sulaco was the land of future prosperity, the chosen land of material progress, the only province in the Cap Republic of interest to European capitalists. Pedrito Montero, following the example of the Duc de Morny, that is Cap D-U-C-D-E, Cap M-O-R-N-Y, meant to have his share of this prosperity. This is what he meant literally. Now his brother was master of the country, whether as Cap President, Cap Dictator, or even as Emperor, why not as, that is, even as Cap Emperor, going back now to the beginning of that sentence. Now his brother was master of the country, whether as Cap President, Cap Dictator, or even as Cap Emperor, why not as an Cap Emperor, he meant to demand a share in every enterprise, in railways, in mines, in sugar estates, in cotton mills, in land companies, in each and every undertaking, as the price of his protection. The desire to be on the spot early was the real cause of the celebrated ride over the mountains with some 200 llaneros, L-L-A-N-E-R-O-S, an enterprise of which the dangers had not appeared at first clearly to his impatience. Coming from a series of victories, it seemed to him that a Montero had only to appear to be master of the situation. This illusion had betrayed him into a rashness of which he was becoming aware. As he rode at the head of his llaneros, he regretted that there were so few of them. The enthusiasm of the populace reassured him. They yelled, Cap Viva in italics, V-I-V-A, Montero in Roman, Mark in Roman, Cap Viva, V-I-V-A italics, Pedrito in Roman, Mark in Roman, Cap, in order to make them still, Kent text, page 389, more enthusiastic, and from the natural pleasure he had in dissembling, he dropped the reins on his horse's neck, and with a tremendous effect of familiarity and confidence, slipped his hands under the arms of Cap Senores Fuentes and Gamacho. In that posture, with a ragged town mozo holding his horse by the bridle, he rode triumphantly across the Cap Plaza to the door of the Cap Intendencia. Its old, gloomy walls seemed to shake in the acclamations that rent the air and covered the crashing peals of the cathedral bells, point pair. Pedro Montero, the brother of the general, dismounted into a shouting and perspiring throng of enthusiasts whom the ragged cap nationals were pushing back fiercely, point. Ascending a few steps, he surveyed the large crowd gaping at him and the bullet-speckled walls of the houses opposite, lightly veiled by a sunny haze of dust, point. The word, quote, and in large Roman caps, Porvenir, quote. By large Roman caps I mean very large, twice the height of the point in the normal type here. In immense black capitals, alternating with broken windows, stared at him across the vast space, and he thought with delight of the hour of vengeance, because he was very sure of laying his hands upon Decoud, point. On his left hand, Gamacho, big and hot, wiping his hairy, wet face, uncovered a set of yellow fangs in a grin of stupid hilarity, point. On his right, Cap Senor Fuentes, small and lean, looked on with compressed lips, point. The crowd stared literally open-mouthed, lost in eager stillness, as though they had expected the great Guerrillero, Guerrillero, the famous Pedrito, to begin scattering at once some sort of visible largesse, Largesse, point. That's no H in there. What he began was a speech, point. He began it with the shouted word, quote, Cap citizens, mark, quote, which reached even those in the middle of the Cap Plaza, point. Afterwards, the greater part of the citizens remained fascinated by the orator's action alone, his tip-towing, the arms flung above his head with the fists clenched, a hand laid flat upon the heart, the silver gleam of rolling, that is, page 390 of Kent text. Eyes, the sweeping, pointing, embracing gestures, a hand laid familiarly on Cap Gamacho's shoulder, a hand waved formally towards the little black coated person of Cap Senor Fuentes, advocate and politician and a true friend of the people, point. The vivas, in italics, VIVAS, of those nearest to the orator bursting out suddenly propagated themselves irregularly to the confines of the crowd, like flames running over dry grass, and expired in the opening of the streets, point. In the intervals, over the swarming Cap Plaza brooded a heavy silence, in which the mouth of the orator went on opening and shutting, and detached phrases. Dash, quote, Cap, the happiness of the people, quote, Cap, sons of the country, quote, Cap, the entire world, El, in italics, Mundo, in italics, Entierro, Entiero, in italics, quote, dash, reached even the packed steps of the cathedral with a feeble, clear ring, thin as the buzzing of a mosquito, point. But the orator struck his breast, he seemed to prance between his two supporters, point. It was the supreme effort of his peroration, point. Then the two smaller figures disappeared from the public gaze, and the enormous Gamacho, left alone, advanced, raising his hat high above his head, point. point. Then he covered himself proudly and yelled out, comma, quote, cap, Ciudadanos, Ciudadanos, mark, quote. Cap, a dull roar greeted Cap Senor Tilda Gamacho, comma, ex-pedlar of the Cap Campo, comma, Cap Comandante of the Cap National Cap Guards Point Pair. Upstairs, Pedrito Montero walked about rapidly from one wrecked room of the Cap Intendencia to another, comma, snarling incessantly, pair, quote, what stupidity, mark, quote, what destruction, mark, quote, pair. Senor Tilda Fuentes, comma, following, comma, would relax his taciturn disposition to murmur, pair, quote, it is all the work of Gamacho and his Cap Nationals, semi, quote, and then, comma, inclining his head on his left shoulder, comma, would press together his lips so firmly that a little hollow would appear at each corner point. He had his nomination for Cap Politico, Cap Chief of the town in his Kent text, page 391, pocket, comma, and was all impatience to enter upon his functions, point, pair. In the long audience room, 2 words, comma, with its tall mirrors all starred by stones, comma, the hangings torn down, and the canopy over the platform at the upper end pulled to pieces, comma, the vast, comma, deep muttering of the crowd and the howling voice of Gamacho speaking just below reached them through the shutters as they stood idly in dimness and desolation, point pair. Quote, the brute, mark, quote, observed his Cap Excellency Captain Pedro Montero through clenched teeth, point, quote, we must contrive as quickly as possible to send him and his Cap Nationals out there to fight Hernandez, point, quote, pair. The new Cap Jefe, Gefe, acute accents over both E's, Cap Politico, with an acute accent over the first I, only jerked his head sideways, 1 word, comma, and took a puff at his cigarette, in sign of his agreement with this method for ridding the town of Gamacho and his inconvenient rabble, point pair. Pedrito Montero looked with disgust at the absolutely bare floor, comma, and at the belt of heavy gilt picture-frames running round the room, comma, out of which the remnants of torn and slashed canvases fluttered like dingy rags, point pair. Quote, we are not barbarians, comma, quote, he said, point pair. This was what said his Cap Excellency, comma, the popular Pedrito, comma, let me find my pencil here. The guerrillero, Guerrillero, skilled in the art of laying ambushes, comma, charged by his brother at his own demand with the organization ZA of Sulaco on democratic, this is a misspelling in the Kent text, principles, point. The night before, comma, during the consultation with his partisans, comma, who had come out to meet him in Rinsan, comma, he had opened his intentions to Cap Senor Tilda Fuentes pair. Quote, we shall organize, IZE, a popular vote, comma, by yes or no, comma, confiding the destinies of our beloved country to the wisdom and valiance of my heroic brother, comma, the invincible general, point. A plebiscite, Plebiscite, point. Do you understand, query, quote, pair? And that valiance has got my curiosity, Valiance. New paragraph. And Cap Senor tilde Fuentes, comma, puffing out his leathery cheeks, comma, had inclined his head slightly to the left, comma, letting a thin, comma, Kent text page 392, bluish jet of smoke escaped through his pursed lips, point. He had understood, point pair. His Cap Excellency was exasperated at the devastation. I think it's supposed to be a point here, but it's missing in the Kent text. Not a single chair, comma, table, comma, sofa, comma, etagiera, whatever the hell that is, in italics, that's E with an acute accent over it, T-A-G-E with a grave accent over it, R-E, all in italics, or console, C-O-N-S-O-L-E, had been left in the state rooms of the Cap Intendencia, point. His Cap Excellency, comma, though twitching all over with rage, comma, was restrained from bursting into violence by a sense of his remoteness and isolation, point. His heroic brother was very far away, point. Meantime, comma, how was he going to take his siesta, query? He had expected to find comfort and luxury in the Cap Intendencia after a year of hard camp life, 2 words, comma, ending with the hardships and privations of the daring dash upon Sulaco dash, upon the province which was worth more in wealth and influence than all the rest of the Cap Republic's territory, point. Now let's go back in that sentence to clarify a word and a mark of punctuation. Back to the hardships and privations of the daring dash, now that's a word, upon Sulaco, dash, that's a mark of punctuation. All right, jumping again down to the bottom of the sentence, to the end of the sentence, ending in territory, point. He would get even with Gamacho by hyphen and by. Let's do that again. By hyphen and hyphen by, point. And those are spelled B-Y. And Cap Senor tilde Gamacho's oration, comma, delectable to popular ears, comma, went on in the heat and glare of the Cap Plaza like the uncouth howlings of an inferior sort of devil cast into a white-hot furnace, point. Every moment he had to wipe his streaming face with his bare F-O-R-E-arm semi. He had flung off his coat, comma, and had turned up the sleeves of his shirt high above the elbows semi, but he kept on his head the large cocked hat with white plumes, point. His ingenuousness, INGENUOUSNESS, cherished this sign of his rank as Cap Commandante of the Cap National Cap Guards, point. Approving and grave murmurs greeted his periods, point. His opinion was that war should be declared at once against France, comma, England, comma, Germany, comma, and the United States, comma, who, comma, by introducing railways, comma, mining enterprises, comma, colonization, ZA, comma, and under such other shallow pretenses, CES, comma, aimed at robbing poor people of their lands, comma, and with the help of these Cap Goths and lowercase paralytics, comma, the aristocrats would convert them into toiling and miserable slaves, point, and the leperos, comma, flinging about the corners of their dirty white mantas, M-A-N-T-A-S, yelled their approbation. General Kent text, page 393, Montero, Camacho howled with conviction, was the only man equal to the patriotic task. They assented to that, 2. Pair. The morning was wearing on, There were already signs of disruption, currents and eddies in the crowd. Some were seeking the shade of the walls and under the trees of the Alameda, Cap Alameda. Horsemen spurred through, shouting, Groups of sombreros set level on heads against the vertical sun were drifting away into the streets, where the open doors of pulperias revealed an enticing gloom resounding with the gentle tinkling of guitars. The National Cap Guards were thinking of siesta, and the eloquence of Gamacho, their chief, was exhausted. Later on, when, in the cooler hours of the afternoon, they tried to assemble again for further consideration of public affairs, detachments of Montero's cavalry camped on the Cap Alameda charged them without parley, P-A-R-L-E-Y, at speed, with long lances leveled at their flying backs as far as the ends of the streets. The National Cap Guards of Sulaco were surprised by this proceeding. But they were not indignant. No Costaguanero had ever learned to question the eccentricities of a military force. They were part of the natural order of things. This must be, they concluded, some kind of administrative measure, no doubt. But the motive of it escaped their unaided, intelligence, and their chief and orator, Camacho, Cap Commandante of the Cap National Cap Guard, was lying drunk and asleep in the bosom of his family. His bare feet were upturned, in the shadows, repulsively, in the manner of a corpse. His eloquent mouth had dropped open. His youngest daughter, scratching her head with one hand, with the other waved a green bow, B-O-U-G-H, bow, over his scorched and peeling face. Pair. End of chapter 5 of part 3. Beginning to read now chapter 6 at counter B690. It's not quite turned to that yet. This is chapter 6 of part 3, beginning on page 394 of the Kent text, as follows. The declining sun had shifted the shadows from west to east amongst the houses of the town. It had shifted them upon the whole extent of the immense Capcampo, with the white walls of its haciendas on the knolls dominating the green distances, with its grass-thatched ranchos crouching in the folds of ground by the banks of streams, with the dark islands of clustered trees on a clear sea of grass, and the precipitous range of the Cap Cordillera, immense and motionless, emerging from the billows of the lower forests like the barren coast of a land of giants. The sunset rays, striking the snow-slope of Higuerota from afar, gave it an air of rosy youth, while the serrated mass of distant peaks remained black, as if calcined, C-A-L-C-I-N-E-D, in the fiery radiance. And I want to look up that word. The undulating surface of the forests seemed powdered with pale gold dust, and away there, beyond Rinsan, hidden from the town by two wooded spurs, comma, the rocks of the San Tome, acute accent, gorge, comma, with the flat wall of the mountain itself crowned by gigantic ferns, comma, took on warm tones of brown and yellow, comma, with red rusty streaks, comma, and the dark green clumps of bushes rooted in crevices, point. From the plain the stamp sheds and the houses of the mine appeared dark and small, comma, high up, comma, like the nests of birds clustered on the ledges of a cliff, point. The zigzag one-word paths resembled faint tracings scratched on the wall of a cyclopean CYCLOPEAN blockhouse, one word, point. To the two serenos, SEREN tilde OS, of the mine on patrol duty, comma, strolling, comma, carbine in hand, comma, and watchful eyes, comma, in the shade of the trees lining the stream near the bridge, comma, Cap Don Pepe, acute accents, comma, and I think hereafter in this chapter it's going to occur a lot. His name is going to occur a lot. I think I'll just read it without the caps and without the accents. Descending the path from, Kent text, page 395, the upper plateau, comma, appeared no bigger than a large beetle, point, pear. With his air of aimless, comma, insect-like going to and fro upon the face of the rock, comma, Don Pepe's, acute accents, figure kept on descending steadily, comma, and, comma, when near the bottom, comma, sank at last behind the roofs of store-houses, comma, forges, comma, and workshops, one word, point. For a time the pair of serenos, tilde, strolled back and forth before the bridge, comma, on which they had stopped a horseman holding a large white envelope, OPE, in his hand, point. Then Don Pepe, acute accents, comma, emerging in the village street from amongst the houses, comma, not a stone's throw towards from the frontier bridge, comma, approached, comma, striding in wide dark trousers tucked into boots, comma, a white linen jacket, comma, saber RE at his side, comma, and revolver at his belt, point. In this disturbed time nothing could find the cap senor, tilde, gobernador, GOBERNADOR, cap, with his boots off, comma, as the saying is, point, pair. At a slight nod from one of the serenos, comma, the man, comma, a messenger from the town, comma, dismounted, comma, and crossed the bridge, comma, leading his horse by the bridle, point, pair. Don Pepe, acute accents, received the letter from his other hand, comma, slapped his left side and his hips in succession, comma, feeling for his spectacle case, point. After settling the heavy silver right end of line hyphen mounted affair astride his nose, comma, and adjusting it carefully behind his ears, comma, he opened the envelope, OPE, comma, holding it up at about a foot in front of his eyes, point. The paper he pulled out contained some 3 lines of writing, point. He looked at them for a long time, point. His gray EY mustache moved slightly up and down, comma, and the wrinkles, comma, radiating at the corners of his eyes, comma, ran together, point. He nodded serenely, point. Quote, cap bueno, in italics, BUENO, comma, quote, he said, point. Quote, there is no answer, point, quote, pair. Then, comma, in his quiet, comma, kindly way, comma, he engaged in a cautious conversation with the man, comma, who was willing to talk cheerily, comma, as if something lucky had happened to him recently, point. He had seen from a distance Sotillo's infantry camped along the shore of the harbour on each, Kent text, page 396, side of the custom cap house, point. They had done no damage to the buildings, point. The foreigners of the railway remained shut up within the yards, point. They were no longer anxious to shoot poor people, point. He cursed the foreigners, semi. Then he reported Montero's entry and the rumors of the town, point. The poor were going to be made rich now, point. That was very good, point. More he did not know, comma, and, comma, breaking into propitiatory smiles, comma. He intimated that he was hungry and thirsty, point. The old major directed him to go to the alcalde of the first village, point. The man rode off, comma, and Don Pepe, acute accents, comma, striding slowly in the direction of a little wooden belfry, comma, looked over a hedge into a little garden, comma, and saw Cap Father Roman, grave accent, sitting in a white hammock slung between two orange trees in front of the presbytery, point, pair. An enormous tamarind shaded with its dark foliage the whole white frame house, one word, point. A young Indian girl with long hair, comma, big eyes, comma, and small hands and feet, comma, carried out a wooden chair, comma, while a thin old woman, comma, crabbed and vigilant, comma, watched her all the time from the veranda, DAH, point, pair. Don Pepe, acute accents, sat down in the chair and lighted a cigar, semi. The priest drew in an immense quantity of snuff out of the hollow of his palm, point. On his reddish brown face, comma, worn, comma, hollowed as if crumbled, comma, the eyes, comma, fresh and candid, comma, sparkled like two black diamonds, point, pair. Don Pepe, acute accents, comma, in a mild and humorous voice, comma, informed Cap Father Roman, grave accent, that Pedrito Montero, comma, by the hand of Cap Senor Tilde Fuentes, comma, had asked him on what terms he would surrender the mine in proper working order to a legally constituted commission of patriotic citizens, comma, escorted by a small military force, point. The priest cast his eyes up to heaven, lowercase, point. However, comma, Don Pepe, acute accents, continued, comma, the mozo who brought the letter said that Don Carlos Gould was alive, comma, and so far unmolested, point, pair. Father Roman, grave accent, expressed in a few words his thankfulness, one word, at hearing of the Cap Senor Tilde Cap Administrador's safety, point, pair. Kent text, page 397, new pair. The hour of oration had gone by in the silvery ringing of a bell in the little belfry, point. That's R-Y, belfry. The belt of forest closing the entrance of the valley stood like a screen between the low sun and the street of the village, point. At the other end of the rocky gorge, comma, between the walls of basalt and granite, comma, a forest-clad mountain, comma, hiding all the range from the San Tome, acute accent, dwellers, comma, rose steeply, comma, lighted up towards and leafy to the very top, point. 3 small rosy clouds hung motionless overhead in the great depth of blue, point. Knots of people sat in the street between the wattled huts, point. Before the casa of the alcalde, comma, the foremen of the night-shift, comma, already assembled to lead their men, comma, squatted on the ground in a circle of leather skull right end of line caps, comma, and, comma, bowing their bronze backs, comma, were passing round the gourd of Mate, M-A-T-E, acute accent over the E, point. The mozo from the town, point, comma, having fastened his horse to a wooden post before the door, comma, was telling them the news of Sulaco as the blackened gourd of the decoction passed from hand to hand, point. The grave alcalde himself, comma, in a white waistcloth and a flowered chintz gown with sleeves, comma, open wide upon his naked stout person with an effect of a gaudy bathing robe, comma, stood by, comma, wearing a rough beaver hat at the back of his head, comma, and grasping a tall staff with a silver knob in his hand, point. These insignia of his dignity had been conferred upon him by the Cap administration of the mine, comma, the fountain of honor, comma, of prosperity, comma, and peace, point. He had been one of the first immigrants into this valley, semi. His sons and sons-in-law worked within the mountain which seemed with its treasures to pour down the thundering ore chutes, 2 words, of the upper Mesa, comma, the gifts of well-being, comma, security, comma, and justice upon the toilers, point. He listened to the news from the town with curiosity and indifference, comma, as if concerning another world than his own, point. And it was true that they appeared to him so, point. In a very few years, the sense of belonging, Kent text, page 398, to a powerful organization, ZA, had been developed in these harassed, I don't know if that's spelled correctly or not, H-A-R-A-S-S-E-D, comma, half-hyphen wild Indians, point. They were proud of, comma, and attached to, comma, the mine, point. It had secured their confidence and belief, point. They invested it with a protecting and invincible virtue, as though it were a fetish made by their own hands, comma, for they were ignorant, comma, and in other respects did not differ appreciably from the rest of mankind, which puts infinite trust in its own creations, point. It never entered the alcalde's head that the mine could fail in its protection and force, point. Politics were good enough for the people of the town and the Cap Campo, point. His yellow, comma, round face, comma, with wide nostrils, comma, and motionless in expression, comma, resembled a fierce full moon, point. He listened to the excited vapourings of the mozo without misgivings, comma, without surprise, comma, without any active sentiment whatever, point pair. Padre Roman, grave accent, sat dejectedly balancing himself, comma, his feet just touching the ground, comma, his hands gripping the edge of the hammock, point. With less confidence, comma, but as ignorant as his flock, comma, he asked the major what did he think was going to happen now, point pair. Don Pepe, acute accents, comma, bolt upright in the chair, comma, folded his hands peacefully on the hilt of his sword, comma, standing perpendicular between his thighs, comma, and answered that he did not know, point. The mine could be defended against any force likely to be sent to take possession, point. On the other hand, comma, from the arid character of the valley, comma, when the regular supplies from the Cap Campo had been cut off, comma, the population of the 3 villages could be starved into submission, point. Don Pepe, acute accents, exposed these contingencies with serenity to Cap Father Roman, grave accent, comma, who, comma, as an old campaigner, comma, was able to understand the reasoning of a military man, point. They talked with simplicity and directness, point. Father Roman, grave accent, was saddened at the idea of his flock being scattered or else enslaved, point. He had no illusions as to, Kent text page 399, their fate, comma, not from penetration, comma, but from long experience of political atrocities, comma, which seemed to him fatal and unavoidable in the life of a cap state, point. The working of the usual public institutions presented itself to him most distinctly as a series of calamities overtaking, one word, private individuals and flowing logically from each other through hate, comma, revenge, comma, folly, comma, and rapacity, comma, as though they had been part of a divine dispensation, point. Father Roman's, grave accent, clear-sightedness was served by an uninformed intelligence, semi. But his heart, comma, preserving its tenderness amongst scenes of carnage, comma, spoliation, that's spoliation, spoliation, comma, and violence, comma, abhorred these calamities the more as his association with the victims was closer, point. He entertained towards the Indians of the valley feelings of paternal scorn, point. He had been marrying, comma, baptizing, iz, comma, confessing, comma, absolving, comma, and burying the workers of the San Tome acute accent mine with dignity and unction for 5 years or more. Where was I? 5 years or more, semi. And he believed in the sacredness of these ministrations, comma, which made them his own in a spiritual sense, point. They were dear to his sacerdotal supremacy, point. Mrs. Gould's earnest interest in the concerns of these people enhanced their importance in the priest's eyes, comma, because it really augmented his own, point. When talking over with her the innumerable Marias and Brigidas, Brigidas, these are names and so are capitalized, of the villages, comma, he felt his own humanity expand, point. Padre Roman, grave accent, was incapable of fanaticism to an almost reprehensible degree, point. The English lowercase senora tilde was evidently a heretic, semi, but at the same time she seemed to him wonderful and angelic, point. Whenever that confused state of his feelings occurred to him, comma, while strolling, comma, for instance, comma, his breviary under his arm, comma, in the wide shade of the tamarind, comma, he would stop short to inhale with a strong snuffling noise a large quantity of snuff, comma, and shake his head profoundly, point. At the thought of what might befall the illustrious lowercase senora tilde presently, comma, he became gradually overcome with dismay, point. Kent text page 400, continuing the same paragraph. He voiced it in an agitated murmur, point. Even Don Pepe, acute accents, lost his serenity for a moment, point. He leaned forward stiffly, point pair. Quote, listen, comma, Padre, point. The very fact that those thieving macaques, M-A-C-A-Q-U-E-S, in Sulaco are trying to find out the price of my arnure proves that Cap Senor tilde Don Carlos and all in the Cap Casa Gould are safe, point. As to my arnure, comma, that also is safe, comma, as every man, comma, woman, comma, and child knows, point. But the Negro Cap liberals who have snatched the town by surprise do not know that, point. Bueno, point. Let them sit and wait, point. While they wait, they can do no harm, point, quote, pair. And he regained his composure, point. he regained it easily, comma, because whatever happened, his honor of an old officer of Paez, P-A-E-Z, was safe, point. He had promised Charles Gould that at the approach of an armed force he would defend the gorge just long enough to give himself time to destroy scientifically the whole plant, comma, buildings, comma, and workshops, one word, of the mine with heavy charges of dynamite, semi. Block with ruins the main tunnel, comma, break down the path right end of line hyphen ways, comma, blow up the dam of the water hyphen power, comma, shatter the famous Gould Cap concession into fragments, comma, flying sky high out of a horrified world, point. The mine had got hold of Charles Gould with a grip as deadly as ever it had laid upon his father, point. But this extreme resolution had seemed to Don Pepe, acute accents, the most natural thing in the world, point. His measures had been taken with judgment, point. Everything was prepared with a careful completeness, point. And Don Pepe, acute accents, folded his hands pacifically on his sword hilt, comma, and nodded at the priest, point. In his excitement, comma, Cap Father Roman, grave accent, had flung snuff in handfuls, one word, at his face, comma, and, comma, all besmeared with tobacco, comma, round hyphen eyed, comma, and beside himself, comma, had got out of the hammock to walk about, comma, uttering exclamations, point pair. Don Pepe, acute accents, stroked his gray EY and pendant mustache, comma, whose fine ends hung far below the clean hyphen cut line, Kent text page 401, of his jaw, comma, and spoke with a conscious pride in his reputation, point pair. Quote, so, comma, Padre, comma, Cap Padre, comma, I don't know what will happen, point. But I know that as long as I am here, Don Carlos can speak to that macaque, M-A-C-A-Q-U-E, comma, Pedrito Montero, comma, and threaten the destruction of the mine with perfect assurance that he will be taken seriously, point. For people know me, point, quote, pair. He began to turn the cigar in his lips a little nervously, comma, and went on, dash, pair. Quote, but that is talk, dash, good for the politicos, point. I am a military man, point. I do not know what may happen, point, but I know what ought to be done, dash. The mine should march upon the town with guns, comma, axes, comma, knives tied up to sticks, dash, por Dios, both words in italics, point, P-O-R, cap D-I-O-S, point. That is what should be done, point. Only long dash, quote, pair. His folded hands twitched on the hilt, point. The cigar turned faster in the corner of his lips, point, pair. Quote, and who should lead but I, query. Cap unfortunately, dash, observe, dash, I have given my word of honor to Don Carlos not to let the mine fall into the hands of these thieves, point. In war, dash, you know this, comma, Cap Padre, dash, the fate of battles is uncertain, comma, and whom could I leave here to act for me in case of defeat, query. The explosives are ready, point, but it would require a man of high honor, comma, of intelligence, comma, of judgment, comma, of courage, comma, to carry out the prepared destruction, point. Somebody, one word, I can trust with my honor as I can trust myself, point. Another old officer of Paez, P-A-E-Z, comma, for instance, point. Or dash, perhaps one of Paez's old chaplains would do, point, quote, pair. He got up, comma, long, comma, lank, comma, upright, one word, comma, hard, with his martial mustache, and the bony structure of his face, from which the glance of the sunken eyes seemed to transfix the priest, who stood still, an empty wooden snuff-box held upside down in his hand, and glared back, speechless, at the governor, O.R., of the mine, point, pair, and end of chapter 6 of part 3, point. Going on now to chapter 7, but I will wait until the counter gets up to C185 to ensure a good long break between chapters. This is page 402 of the text, chapter 7 of part 3. Text as follows. At about that time, in the cap intendencia of Sulaco, Charles Gould was assuring Pedrito Montero, who had sent a request for his presence there, that he would never let the mine pass out of his hands for the profit of a cap government who had robbed him of it, point. The Gould cap concession could not be resumed, point. His father had not desired it, point. The son would never surrender it, point. He would never surrender it alive, point. And once dead, where was the power capable of resuscitating such an enterprise in all its vigor and wealth out of the ashes and ruin of destruction, query. There was no such power in the country, point. And where was the skill and capital abroad that would condescend to touch such an ill-omened corpse, query. Charles Gould talked in the impassive tone which had for many years served to conceal his anger and contempt, point. He suffered, point. He was disgusted with what he had to say, point. It was too much like heroics, point. In him the strictly practical instinct was in profound discord with the almost mystic view he took of his right, point. The Gould cap concession was symbolic of abstract justice, point. Let the heavens lowercase fall, point. But since the San Tome acute accent mine had developed into world-wide fame, his threat had enough force and effectiveness to reach the rudimentary intelligence of Pedro Montero, wrapped up as it was in the futilities of historical anecdotes, point. The Gould cap concession was a serious asset in the country's finance, and, what was more, in the private budgets of many officials as well, point. It was traditional, point. It was known, point. It was said, point. It was credible, point. Every cap minister of, Kent text page 403, cap interior drew a salary from the San Tome acute accent mine, point. It was natural, point. And Pedrito intended to be cap minister of the cap interior and cap president of the cap council in his brother's cap government, point. The Duc de Mornay, that's cap D-U-C, D-E, cap M-O-R-N-Y, 3 words, had occupied those high posts during the second French cap empire with conspicuous advantage to himself, point pair. A table, a chair, a wooden bedstead, 1 word, had been procured for his cap excellency, who, after a short siesta, rendered absolutely necessary by the labours and the pomps of his entry into Sulaco, had been getting hold of the administrative machine by making appointments, giving orders, and signing proclamations, point. Alone with Charles Gould in the audience room, 2 words, his cap excellency managed with his well-known skill to conceal his annoyance and consternation, point. He had begun at first to talk loftily of confiscation, but the want of all proper feeling and mobility in the cap senior cap administrador's features ended by affecting adversely his power of masterful expression. Charles Gould had repeated, quote, the cap government can certainly bring about the destruction of the San Tome acute accent mine if it likes, but without me it can do nothing else, quote. It was an alarming pronouncement, and well calculated to hurt the sensibilities of a politician whose mind is bent upon the spoils of victory, And Charles Gould said also that the destruction of the San Tome acute accent mine would cause the ruin of other undertakings, the withdrawal of European capital, the withholding, one word, most probably, of the last installment, only one L, of the foreign loan, That stony fiend of a man said all these things, which were accessible to his cap excellency's intelligence, in a cold right end of line blooded manner which made one shudder, pair. A long course of reading historical works, light and gossipy in tone, carried out in garrets of Parisian hotels, sprawling on an untidy bed, to the neglect of his duties, menial or otherwise, had affected the manners of Pedro, Kent text page 404, Montero, Had he seen around him the splendor of the old cap intendencia, the magnificent hangings, the gilt furniture ranged along the walls, had he stood upon a dais, D-A-I-S, diaresis over the I, on a noble square of red carpet, he would have probably been very dangerous from a sense of success and elevation, But in this sacked and devastated residence, with the 3 pieces of common furniture huddled up in the middle of the vast apartment, Pedrito's imagination was subdued by a feeling of insecurity and impermanence, That feeling and the firm attitude of Charles Gould, who had not once, so far, pronounced the word, cap excellency, diminished him in his own eyes, He assumed the tone of an enlightened man of the world, and begged Charles Gould to dismiss from his mind every cause for alarm, He was now conversing, he reminded him, with the brother of the master of the country, charged with a reorganizing, one word, mission, The trusted brother of the master of the country, he repeated, Nothing was further from the thoughts of that wise and patriotic hero than ideas of destruction, I entreat you, Don Carlos, not to give way to your democratic prejudices, he cried, in a burst of condescending effusion, Pedrito Montero surprised one at first sight by the vast development of his bald forehead, a shiny yellow expanse between the crinkly, coal-black tufts of hair without any luster, R.E., the engaging form of his mouth, and an unexpectedly cultivated voice, But his eyes, very glistening as if freshly painted on each side of his hooked nose, had a round, hopeless, bird-like, one word, stare when opened fully, point. Now, comma, however, comma, he narrowed them agreeably, comma, throwing his square chin up and speaking with closed teeth slightly through the nose, comma, with what he imagined to be the manner of a grand seigneur, point. That's Seigneur, point, pair. In that attitude, comma, he declared suddenly that the highest Kent text page 405 expression of democracy was Caesarism with an ash, colon, the imperial rule based upon the direct popular vote, point. Caesarism with an ash was conservative, point. It was strong, point. It recognized the legitimate needs of democracy, which requires orders, comma, titles, comma, and distinctions, point. They would be showered upon deserving men, point. Caesarism was peace, point. It was progressive, point. It secured the prosperity of a country, point. Pedrito Montero was carried away, point. Look at what the Second Cap Empire had done for France, point. It was a regime, with acute accent over the E, the first E, which delighted to honor men of Don Carlos apostrophe S stamp, point. The Second Cap Empire fell, comma, but that was because its chief was devoid of that military genius which had raised Cap General Montero to the pinnacle of fame and glory, point. Pedrito elevated his hand jerkily to help the idea of pinnacle, comma, of fame, point. Quote, we shall have many talks yet, point. We shall understand each other thoroughly, comma. Don Carlos Mark, quote, he cried in a tone of fellowship, one word, point. Republicanism had done its work, point. Imperial democracy was the power of the future, point. Pedrito, comma, the guerrillero, Guerrillero, comma, showing his hand, comma, lowered his voice forcibly, point. A man singled out by his fellow citizens for the honorable nickname, one word, of El Rey de Sulaco, that's Capiel, Cap R-E-Y, D-E Sulaco, could not but receive a full recognition from an imperial democracy as a great captain of industry and a person of weighty counsel, S-E-L, comma, whose popular designation would be soon replaced by a more solid title, point. Quote, E-H, comma, Don Carlos query, Cap no, Mark, Cap what do you say, query, Conde de Sulaco, that's Cap C-O-N-D-E, de, D-E, Sulaco, dash, that's Cap E-H, query, dash, little lowercase, or Marquis, M-A-R-Q-U-I-S, space, point, 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 quote, pair. He ceased, point. The air was cool on the Cap Plaza, comma, where a patrol of cavalry rode round and round without penetrating into the streets, comma, which resounded with shouts and the strumming of guitars issuing from the open doors or of pulperias, point. The orders were not to interfere with the enjoyments of the people, point. And above the roofs, comma, next to the perpendicular lines of the cathedral towers, the snowy curve of Higuerota blocked a large space of Kent text, page 406. Darkening blue sky before the windows of the Cap Intendencia, point. After a time, Pedrito Montero, comma, thrusting his hand in the bosom of his coat, comma, bowed his head with slow dignity, point. The audience was over, point, pair. Charles Gould, on going out, passed his hand over his forehead, one word, as if to disperse the mists of an oppressive dream, comma, whose grotesque extravagance leaves behind a subtle sense of bodily danger and intellectual decay, point. In the passages and on the staircases, one word, of the old palace, Montero's troopers lounged about insolently, comma, smoking and making way for no one, two words, semi. The clanking of sabers, res, and spurs resounded all over the building, point. 3 silent groups of civilians in severe black waited in the main gallery, comma, formal and helpless, comma, a little huddled up, comma, each keeping apart from the others, comma, as if in the exercise of a public duty they had been overcome, one word, by a desire to shun the notice of every eye, point. These were the deputations waiting for their audience, point. The one from the Cap Provincial Cap Assembly, comma, more restless and uneasy in its corporate expression, comma, was overtopped, one word, by the big face of Don Justo Lopez, comma, soft and white, comma, with prominent eyelids, one word, and wreathed in impenetrable solemnity, as if in a dense cloud, point. The Cap President of the Cap Provincial Cap Assembly, comma, coming bravely to save the last shred of parliamentary institutions, parenth, on the English model, parenth, comma, averted his eyes from the Cap Administrador of the San Tome acute accent mine as a dignified rebuke of his little faith in that only saving principle, ple, point per. The mournful severity of that reproof did not affect Charles Gould, comma, but he was sensible to the glances of the others directed upon him without reproach, comma, as if only to read their own fate upon his face, point. All of them had talked, comma, shouted, comma, and declaimed in the great sala of the Cap Casa Gould, point. The feeling of compassion for those men, comma, struck with a strange impotence in the toils of moral, Kent text page 407, degradation, comma, did not induce him to make a sign, point. He suffered from his fellowship in evil with them too much, point. He crossed the Cap Plaza unmolested, point. The Cap Amarilla Cap Club was full of festive ragamuffins, point. Their frowsy heads protruded from every window, comma, and from within came drunken shouts, comma, the thumping of feet, comma, and the twanging of harps, point. Broken bottles strewed the pavement below, point. Charles Gould found the doctor spelled out still in his house, point per. Abbreviated Dr. Monaghan came away from the crack in the shutter through which he had been watching the street, point per. Quote, ah, A.H., Mark, Cap, you are back at last. Mark, quote, he said in a tone of relief, point. Quote, I have been telling Mrs. Gould that you were perfectly safe, comma, but I was not by any means certain that the fellow would have let you go, point, quote, per. Quote, neither was I, comma, quote, confessed Charles Gould, comma, laying his hat on the table, point, per. Quote, you will have to take action, point, quote, per. The silence of Charles Gould seemed to admit that this was the only course, point. This was as far as Charles Gould was accustomed to go towards expressing his intentions, point, per. Quote, I hope you did not warn Montero of what you mean to do, comma, quote, the doctor said, comma, anxiously, point, per. Quote, I tried to make him see that the existence of the mine was bound up with my personal safety, comma, quote, continued Charles Gould, comma, looking away from the doctor spelled out, comma, and fixing his eyes upon the water-color sketch upon the wall, point, per. Quote, He believed you, query, quote, the doctor spelled out, asked, comma, eagerly, point, pair. Quote, God knows, Mark, quote, said Charles Gould, point. Quote, I owed it to my wife to say that much, point. He is well enough informed, point. He knows that I have done Pepe, acute accents there, point. Fuentes must have told him, point. They know that the old major is perfectly capable of blowing up the San Tome acute accent mine without, that's with, right end of line, hyphen, without hesitation or compunction, point. Had it not been for that, I don't think I'd have left the Cap Intendencia a free Kent text, page 408, man, point. He would blow everything up from loyalty and from hate, dash, from hate of these Cap liberals, comma, as they call themselves, point. Liberals, mark, Cap, the words one knows so well have a nightmarish one word, meaning in this country, point. Liberty, comma, democracy, comma, patriotism, comma, government, dash, all of them have a flavor of folly and murder, point. Haven't they, comma, doctor spelled out, query. Point, point, point. I alone can restrain Don Pepe, acute accents, point. If they were to, dash, to do away with me, comma, nothing could prevent him, point, quote, pair. Quote, they will try to tamper with him, comma, quote, the doctor spelled out, suggested, comma, thoughtfully, point, pair. I am going to end the reading here at about counter C670 now. I have ended with the Kent text at page 408, line 12. And I will pick up reading again at line 13 if I am accurate here. No, I am not accurate. I am going to pick up reading at line 12. I have read through line 11 then on page 408, and this is the end of the text on track 3 of reel 2 at counter mark 685.